partneresses.
She started to tell friends that she was very unhappy with the relationship she had with David.
Drifting apart. I had no idea. Neither does he.
David is a bad debt being called in. He's been summoned to appear in bankruptcy court.
He didn't show up because he had no idea that this had happened. He had no conception of what was going on with the financial end of his business.
Why are you so good?
Nothing, just leave me be.
She allowed it to get worse and worse, and the bigger the lies, the less she wanted to admit what she'd done to David.
Desperate times.
Into her problems.
She searched how to kill someone and not get caught.
Things like, have you killed someone in a way that doesn't show up on a post-mortem?
Rather than sit down with him, honey, we have to talk, she decides the best solution to this problem is to simply kill him.
By March 2011, time's up.
A warrant was issued for David's arrest because he hadn't showed up at the bankruptcy hearing.
Look, I have tried to explain over and over. He is seriously ill. He cannot get to court.
The bailiffs were going to be attending the workshop.
How can you be so cruel? Is that it then?
Right. Julie thought that murder was better than bankruptcy. On March 13th, it was a beautiful, idyllic spring day.
Both David and Julie were in the garden,
Which they often did on Sunday. Thanks.
David was putting up a fence on the property and had no idea whatsoever what Julie was planning.
Julie is determined to kill David. She just can't decide how. Her poison research proved unsatisfactory, but she has other options.
David was putting his garden tools away in a storeroom.
She quickly slammed the door shut, turned the key in the lock, and left him inside.
Very funny. Julie! Julie!
She began pouring petrol on the floor of the workshop.
Open the door! Julie!
His concern turned to panic when he began to smell gasoline and saw it seeping under the door.
Julie! Open the door!
A realization must have dawned on him that the person he loved was actually killing him.
Open the door!
David built that door. He knew there was no getting out.
Julie! I'm begging you, open the door!
She then lit a match and threw it into the petrol and calmly walked out of the building.
What are you doing to me? Julie! Please!
And left him there to die. I can't understand.
I get 20% off everything.
Understand in my many years of policing how somebody can behave in such, I can only describe it as an evil way.
David's cause of death was smoke inhalation. In the process of starting the fire, Julie catches some heat and gets singed from it. But that didn't hurt her, it helped her.
We need help! Somebody attacked us and set fire to the place.
It was at that point that Julie made up the story of two masked men.
What? No, my body is still inside.
Outwardly, she gave the appearance of someone that had been the victim of the most awful attack.
To the world, it's a tragedy made sadder by the public pleas of a woman in mourning.
Julie played the grieving partner to the hilt, especially when the cameras were on.
Can you tell us what happened that day? Pixels and quick. Suddenly, these two men wearing masks attacked us. They locked David in the storeroom. They poured petrol everywhere and then lit it. I lost my best friend. Lost the love of my life, my soul.
For 3 months, she has the entire nation fooled, including the police.
She was there all the time, hiding in plain sight, and actually completely misled us throughout the first few months of the investigation.
Julie didn't have the bandwidth to pay the bills on time, let alone pull off a murder.
David's long trail of bad debts start to reveal themselves, along with Julie's deceit.
We've been given a complete pack of lies.
Then the evidence catching her red-handed.
Just petrol level.
Just feel steady.
The CCTV footage, which clearly showed Julie Dixon purchasing a quantity of petrol, which she put in the portable petrol containers.
Come on, Julie.
She is arrested and charged with David's murder.
I would describe Julie Dixon as cold, calculating, and I would probably go as far as to use the word evil.
In 2011, Julie Dixon is convicted of murder and sentenced to life with a non-parole period of 23 years.
Julie was the architect of her own demise. She cared more about disclosure than she cared about the life of the man that had provided her with everything she had.
These deadly women turned on the men who cared and supported them. Lucille Miller sacrificed her husband for an affair. Jackie Spaulding refused to lose her meal ticket. And Julie Dixon arranged a fiery end for her devoted lover. All three callously took lives. Theirs was fatal love.
Fatal love.
Ouch! Mabili ang alkohol. Ang betadine walang alkohol, kaya walang hapdi sa sugat. Betadine's triple pure alcohol cleans, disinfects, protects, treats, 4 steps in 1. Betadine.
Why pay more? Get more for less with PLDT Home Only All. Get Only Fiber. Only entertainment now with HBO Max and smart mobile data. Make the smart choice.
It's just before midnight when store owner Leland Cash begins his journey home.
It was closing time for this little hamburger shop that was by Golden Gate Park.
But the streets of San Francisco can be dangerous.
Stop. What's in there? Give it to me. Give me the box. Give it to me.
The gunman is Albert Ives, the driver of the getaway car, Bobby Sherrard.
They believed in robbing gas stations, barbecue carts, small restaurants, rolling drunks. They're totally petty crime.
Tonight's target reacts in an unexpected way.
Give it to me. Give me the box. Give me the box.
The proprietor, he reached into his pocket. Albert thought he was going for a gun. And shot him in the stomach and left him to die in a parking lot outside of the hamburger shop.
Leland's dying hand doesn't hold a weapon. It's a hearing aid.
He had reached into his pocket because he was deaf and he was turning up the volume on his hearing aid. They just panicked and ran.
Come on, let's go. Let's go right now.
For these panicked crooks, that night is about to get worse.
I was there in the car, and he was meant to go wrong tonight, just like you said.
When they tell their boss,
I heard this bang, and I saw a flash. We killed the guy.
her name is Juanita Spinelli, and they've broken her
Thank
golden
you,
rule.
Mommy Bear. Thank you so much.
She was a stone cold psychopath who had no use for anybody other than what she could get out of them.
She was cold-hearted. She was the Duchess.
In Depression-era San Francisco, a woman provides a home for the downtrodden and the desperate.
They were all juvenile delinquents. They were all pretty young guys. Came from broken homes.
Head of the household is Juanita Spinelli, the woman they call the Duchess.
You want some liquor, boy? Doc, you need them some liquor? Oh, what about me? You break that truck, boy. Sit down.
Juanita was a mother figure to these men, even to a point of cooking the meals like mom would cook at the stove for the family, cleaning, very much as if she was their mother.
All right. You are going to steal this.
Juanita dispenses more than motherly care.
I'm walking down the street, a little lady, you're going to take it without me feeling a thing. Funny. I know it.
Miss Spinelli ran a crime school
You shut the house up.
so that she basically produced professional criminals.
I'm walking down the street. I'm a
Thank you,
lady.
Mommy.
She
Sa
put crimes to make
tambay.
money.
She smiles at me. She takes the watch. Do you see how that's done?
The Duchess's rule mixes authority with feigned affection.
Gypsy, my sweetie. You did that just fine. Gypsy.
Juanita was probably pretty charming. Most sociopaths are. They're good with words, they're good manipulators of people.
That smells
They
bad
play up to
outside.
people, they make them feel and that's how they develop bonds and people follow them.
The gang's secret weapon is Juanita's daughter, Gypsy. Her seductive wiles are a potent honey trap.
She would come up to a drunk man, put the moods on him.
Something bad.
Gang would jump
I
in
smell
and take his
something
pants.
bad.
And that was the thing that
Henry,
they did
inside.
back then because it was embarrassing. The cop was
Inside, Henry.
just going home in your boxer shorts.
Henry. Hello. Ito ba yung mabaho? Ba't may mabaho?
Says while the gang took all the risks, Juanita Spinelli reaped the rewards.
She was able to trick these young men into doing her dirty work Handing over cold hard cash
Kinsay
Instead of
ba
keeping it
ko?
themselves
Si Henry
for
or si
a $10 a week
Alex?
allowance.
Well, come on, you must have something more. A wallet, let's see what she's got in here.
The Duchess rules using just one law: no serious crimes.
She didn't believe in pulling off big crimes, like robbing a bank or jewelry. She believed in nickel and diming. She said that they'll never get caught if they nickel and dime.
Murder is no petty crime. Killing Leland Cash breaks the Duchess's golden rule.
The Duchess was furious that there was bloodshed, that violence happened, and that she knew that the police were going to be in on it now that somebody was murdered.
He could have been bleeding there for hours. He could still be there.
And this career criminal can spot another danger:
But he didn't have to go. And what are the police going to say, huh?
Bobby's loose lips.
He'll still be there, bleeding out, dying. Right?
Robert Sharub was only 18 years old, and he was just basically a kid. He was a kid that should have been, at the soda shop stand with his girlfriend and his dad's car. But instead, he was in this life of crime, and he got in way too deep.
What's going to happen? I don't want to go to jail. I want to die.
Kita ba?
His conscience is killing him.
Juanita saw him as the weak link in the group and feared that because he wasn't handling the robbery very well, that he might shoot his mouth off to the police and expose all of them. And she couldn't take a chance on it.
The Duchess knows her outlaw family is threatened. To keep it together, she'll do the unthinkable.
She'll do the unthinkable.
In 1940s California, crime school boss Juanita Spinelli is losing patience with one of her students. Bobby Sherrard is running off at the mouth about a murder, making him a liability.
The Duchess was afraid that Robert was going to go to
Oh
the
my
cops.
Lord!
We'll all be another drink.
I don't want to go to jail. I want to die.
She was also afraid that if he got caught by the cops for some other crime, that he would spill his guts about that crime.
It's okay now, Bobby.
We could have made sure he wasn't dead.
Thank you, sis babes. Thank you.
So she decided that he had to die.
The Duchess
Maraming
looks for
salamat
another
sa
figure to
pagbisita
murder,
nyo dito.
mixing whiskey with a powerful chemical,
Nantok.
chloral hydrate.
Oh,
It's a drug familiar to forensic pathologist Janice Amatuzio.
Chloral hydrate is a prescription medication, and it's usually used to cause people to go to sleep. Sometimes individuals will place chloral hydrate
thank you.
in alcohol.
Hello, Mommy Bear.
And
Good
this is called
evening.
the Mickey
Sabi
Finn, also known as knockout drops.
The Mickey Finn was invented in San Francisco in bars. They would give them to sailors that just came off ships, and then they would Shanghai them.
In high doses, chloral hydrate can also kill.
Anyway, at least you're going to go.
Gypsy.
The trust Bobby
Good
has for
evening
his
dyan
boss
sa inyo.
is about to be supremely
Nood lang ako ng
betrayed.
YouTube dito. Bago matulog. Pampaantok ba? Pampaantok.
The
Pampaantok.
Mickey Finn takes rapid effect.
Oh, hi,
The
buhay.
alcohol potentiates or accelerates the effect of chloral hydrate. An individual may know that something is wrong in five
Chlorohydrate.
minutes or more.
Thank you sa inyo, sis ha. Maraming salamat.
They're going to start to feel sleepy. And then they'll start to feel excessively drowsy.
Excessively drowsy.
They will usually rapidly lose consciousness and sometimes will just simply collapse.
Hello, sis Janet. Tugo na ko, sis. Nantok na ako. I watched a
So
movie there.
immediately the gang
I
beat
watched
him
a
up
movie.
while he was unconscious.
Di, kanang kuan.
Totally
Dito sa
jumped
YouTube ba, kanang Deadly Women. Kanang patay-patay ba, crime. Crime about women, pinapatay yung mga
If it was out of pure anger because he was
husband.
messing up with the plan or
Mag-document
he was
ako,
just a
mag-kuan.
psychopath, no one knows.
Juanita wants to make Robert's
Nag-live ka
death
na, sis?
appear accidental.
They took him to a
Tugo
river,
naman ganito.
took
Aw,
off his
di
normal
ay ka.
daytime clothes,
Aw,
placed
di
him
ay
in
ka
swimming
sa'yo.
trunks, and then took him up on a bridge and threw him off the bridge
Unsa
into
man
the
ni
icy waters
this man.
below.
Oh, lagi.
When his body was discovered,
Jama-jama,
they
biya ng
hoped
YouTube,
that
nag-ano.
the discoverers would
Iba
think that
yung
he had died
translation
swimming.
nila.
But Bobby's
Iba ang
corpse will tell a different
translation
story. He was dead before he hit the water.
He got caught up on some pilings and he was found
i-open na laman dyan sa
They did
kaistorya na ra
autopsy
istorya og
on him,
na
and they saw that he had no water in his
Aron
stomach,
taas na
so they knew
kag-agi
that he
ba.
didn't drown and he was possibly a
Ako
murder victim.
katugon.
Wanted for 2
Buhay,
murders,
buhay.
the killers go on the run. But Juanita has broken her own
Buhay.
golden rule, and with it breaks the outlaw bond her gang once shared.
If I were a member of the gang, I'd be wondering who's next.
Women who kill
Albert
man.
Imes has a hunch it's him.
Mana si Ja ka na yung
Albert wasn't as
translation
dumb as
nila ba?
everyone thought. He knew that his time
Hindi
was running out.
hindi
He knew just how
untok,
violent
hindi
it could be.
hindi exact.
So they stopped for gasoline. And,
Ka-auto-translate man gud ng YouTube.
He went back to the car and he
Di
heard
naman
them
ma-change
talking
basta
about
laptop na.
something.
Ang ba na ang laptop eh, ang daming langgam.
Ran through this restaurant, ran right through the kitchen and out into the woods.
Wow, hindi na siya ma-change. Auto-translate naman
Near
eh.
Truckee, Nevada.
Ako,
Juanita
iring
Spinell
na
and the remains of her gang reach a police roadblock.
There's a mountain road, so there's no way you can get off.
Everyone must get quiet. Let me
Tama
do
ka
the
dyan
talking.
mo.
So they
Ang
pulled him
iring.
over, and the Duchess tried to bat her eyes and act like
Say,
she was
forget
his
it.
grandmother.
Hagoy.
Juanita's plans won't work this time.
Giyof.
The
Di mo
Duchess has
imo
been
auto.
betrayed. by
Wa man eh,
Juanita.
wa may auto-translate ring
Albert told them
laptop.
everything. They
Diretso
searched
na
the
lang ni
car,
siya,
found
ewan ko.
guns, they found stolen
Bakit ganito?
merchandise
Wala
in the
naman
trunk,
siyang
and
auto-translate.
they handcuffed her right there.
Diretso naman sis, dili na ma-change. Di pareho sa
Inspired
cellphone na
devotion
ma-change.
from her subject.
Auto-translate. Ayan, dito na yung baby ko. Dali. Dali.
I'm just a neighbor.
Dali.
Friendly.
Dali.
Spider-Man, brand new day.
Lalo na dyan ang tijan higda, tijan ka. Isubra pa ko. Ow! Miss mo na? Ha? Miss mo? Maulagi sis, magjama-jama lagi na translate. Bakit si Una ba na si Nina? Ako na nag-isi. Ah.
Her subjects.
Muna si Jaga na sa higda kani.
Now they join forces to bring her down.
When the gang members go,
Ang
into the
iring nga
state,
pangit
they
talaga.
end up pointing at Juanita Spinelli saying she
Okay,
was
okay,
the one
okay,
that came up with
okay.
the idea. She was the
Ang
one
anak dari.
that came up with this murder. She was the motive force behind this murder. She
Isi
is
ba na
guilty.
si Nina?
And the Duchess was the first woman to be put to death in San Quentin's gas chamber.
My baby. Gerak ni gilingan eh. Okay,
The cruel reign of the Duchess comes to an end with a bitter taste
wa gabai.
of her own
Man pag wa
mess.
gabai kay English wa gabai.
The Duchess ruled her family with an iron hand. But the
Hello,
fatal flaw
Mommy
was
Bear.
believing that she
Salamat
could
at
make
nandyan ka
wrong
pa rin.
mistakes.
Parang, okay.
When mom hurts a child, all
It's
the other
dark.
children have nothing to think other than
Antay, hindi ako
what she
makaano
did
kasi
to him,
merong bata
what might
dito.
she do to me?
May
Which is
bata, hindi ako
exactly
makamove.
what happened and what led to her demise.
May bata. Hi, Sis Michelle. Thank you, Aray. Aray.
In Steamboat Springs,
Maraming salamat sa inyo sa pagbisita.
Halloween is
Ako
still
makalit
weeks
ka.
away,
Iring. Pusa ko ba? Parang
but an odd couple are stalking the streets in disguise.
Good evening, Jan, Sis
She was
Michelle.
seen a
Gising
couple
ka
of
ba
times
ng
by
ano?
different people.
Yung damit ko ba may ano, butas?
While it seems
Ang
like a
aking
joke,
baby.
the intent
Good evening
is
sa inyo,
deadly.
Jan. Maraming salamat.
Jill Coit
Chill na lang tayo
is
dun.
staking out a kill.
It wasn't an easy death, and it was a very messy crime
It wasn't
scene.
an easy death.
It had to be horrific for him.
Gusto ko kasing manood ng mga ganito, ng mga ano, killer, mga crimes.
In the tight-knit ski town
Pero
of
so
Steamboat
crimes.
Springs, Jerry Boggs runs the local hardware
Mommy
store.
Bear, Michelle, thank you po. Thank you so
Jerry
much.
Boggs was a well-established
Sa
gentleman
inyong
community,
lahat.
family, been here for a long time, and he had a certain amount of wealth.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Single mother Jill Coit is new to town.
Jill was the kind of person that fit in very well. She was very outgoing, a very friendly persona.
Jill and her sons are renovating a local bed and breakfast. She soon becomes a regular at Jerry's store.
I think when Jill came along,
Oh, hi,
she
buhay.
showed an attraction to him,
It's like you're going to sleep.
and that
Parang patulog ka na, Lea pa. Ang dilim na. Madilim na ba? Tayo kasi yung ilaw.
he was in love with this woman.
Madilim ba?
Writer Stephen Singular has investigated Jill's past.
Ano pa, it's 7:30. Pag ano, nakatulog ako minsan, pag nanood ako ng movie,
Peachy type of complexion,
kakatulog.
dark hair. She thought she had a little bit of Native American blood in her, so that was a bit exotic.
The ex
Ash, bebe! Ash,
to
bebe!
grab a man's attention.
She would come on very strong with men. She dressed flamboyantly, she dressed provocatively, she talked a lot, so she made
Thank you, Mommy Bear.
questions.
Maraming salamat sa pagtambay.
Jerry Boggs is overwhelmed by Jill's southern charm. Within months, the 50-year-old bachelor marries for the first time.
Mary's a
But it's
killer.
a shotgun
Haha.
wedding.
Diba?
Jill has told Jerry she's pregnant.
Thank you so much, Mommy Bear.
He can't believe his good luck.
And he went out and bought all these books about having children. He built this nursery. He was enormously looking forward to being a father.
Mommy Bear, saan ka po sa Pilipinas? Tagalog ka pa?
So this
Pero
was
parang
a
Tagalog
huge
ka.
event for him.
But Jill Coit's
Ba't parang
pregnancy
nag-e-echo?
is a lie.
Ba't parang may echo?
Her stomach didn't get any bigger, and they would go places, and he had friends, and the women would come up and say, "Gee, you sure are showing
Tagalog
signs
talaga.
of
Manila,
pregnancy."
Manila echo. Dito sa amin, maulan. Maulan na ngayon dito. Kanina ang lakas ng ulan.
Jerry's brother Doug is getting worried.
Ay, dalawa, Bulacan.
Jill is growing very interested
Yung brother-in-law ko ay
in
taga
finances
Bulacan.
of the family business.
Pero dito sila nakatira muna.
Doug
Sa
was
Bohol.
disturbed enough by this,
Oh,
I
Lord.
believe, to ask a private detective to start to look into her background.
Matagal na akong hindi
Doug
nakapunta ng
hands Jerry
Manila.
an
Tagal.
explosive file on Jill's past.
Bulacan, hindi pa ako nakapunta ng Bulacan.
Jerry had found out that Jill was
Baka
a
sa
massive,
Kasi meron akong brother-in-law yung taga Bulacan. Brother-in-law.
Jill Coit has been married
Tagalog.
11 times.
Oh, married 11 times? Grabe naman. Grabe, married 11 times.
Here was a woman with about 10, 12, 14 aliases. Here was a woman with about the same number of marriages. Here was a woman who had probably been involved in a number of insurance scams and financial scams. She had really gotten away with a lot of criminal behavior. This woman is dangerous.
Ang layo ng
Jill saw
Bulacan.
marriage as a means
Oh,
to
grabe, natulog na talaga
a
yung
way to
pusa.
get money from men.
And this fortune hunting bigamist is
Oh,
still
baby
married
ko.
to husband number 7.
Baby.
Shocked to his core, Jerry annuls their marriage. Jill doesn't take it well.
Jerry interfered with her financial plans, which I think is her motive for everything she does, is greed and money. And because Jerry was interfering with those plans, she had to eliminate him.
Hello.
It wasn't an easy death. He had to be horrific for him.
Jill Coit is an ex-model.
Oo, tulog na siya,
Ugly
sis.
faces,
Parang feel at home sa ano ko, tummy.
dangers. If you're a man.
Ganito siya pag ako'y nakahiga. Naabangan niya yung nakahiga ako para maka-ano din siya sa tummy ko.
And I think she looked for men that had trouble with relationships.
Mommy's
or
girl,
had a
mommy's
relationship.
boy. Pero ayaw naman magpakarga.
She was so
Uy,
brazen
nako.
in her use of her sexuality to attract the
Tulog
attention
na
of
siya.
men and to manipulate them.
Parang bata.
Jill Coit is a skilled
Parang
fortune
bata ang
hunter.
bibi ko.
It would take a very strong man and a man experienced in life, experienced with women,
Ang
to be
bibi
able to spot
namin.
what Jill was really all about.
Ice, ice, baby.
Most men
Si baby ice,
couldn't.
ice.
But her latest husband, Jerry Boggs, has discovered Jill's lies.
Look at this. I'm telling you, this woman
Distraught, he cuts her out of his life.
Look through this.
Huli na ang lahat. Hundreds.
Now Jill wants revenge on Jerry. To get it, she tangles a new man in her deadly web. Michael Backus.
Michael Backus.
She convinced him that Jerry Boggs was a bad person, and she convinced him that the only way to get rid of this bad person is to kill him.
Jill returns to the house she once shared with Jerry Boggs.
Uy, Lord.
There was an altercation. Stun gun was used. Jerry went down.
Hello, Sis
He was
Eda.
shot violently. It split his face open from the top of his head down across his face.
What do you think? Sa mani, what do you think, sister? Ano ni Manilang
Jerry
kan?
stopped Jill's plans to
Sa
get his
imbitan
money.
na audience. Kuan, deadly women. Deadly women. Deadly
Now
women.
she
Dahil sa
will have
YouTube,
the
rasis.
final word.
Mo man yung ganang tanawon. Payahay ko dali kay
Jill shot him in the back with the .22 caliber pistol.
nindot lagi pero gisi ag sinina na gasuot gisi.
This man didn't
Na
go
yung
easy.
anak da isa na to.
Jerry Boggs died a very
Yawi na
painful
rabak
death.
ko.
The man did not
Yawi na ko
enjoy
di ko
the
kalihog
release
kay
of
ginahinanag agang anak. Payahay lagi gabi ka din ako kalihog kay di may isa na tug.
Murder is a very drastic measure, but
Oh,
Jill
no,
was a very grandiose person. Jill did what Jill wanted to do
Oo
and
naman.
thought she could pull anything off.
May kagta mo istorbo na ni Irina. Ay, wala, mata na. La.
As local
Let's
detectives
try sa
investigate
kagaway
this
ko ay.
shocking murder,
Away ko doy. Ihawoy ko doy.
they discover more of Jill's secrets.
She'd been
Oh,
raping
Luis Garillo.
dolls all over the United States, and they kept dying.
Listen, it's raining. Kaulan sa...
What are you doing here?
Back in Houston,
Amo gani ha,
Court
kusog ka
was
sa kuwan.
husband number 3.
Karon niyon na.
Come on, you make it quick. You're a little ridiculous to me. I don't understand why you consider coming.
Kusog kuwan kay gani kung masudla na pagtubig ang mga bahay. Look, we run.
William Coit was shot.
Bao ka ning
Chevrolet
tiguan na
Camaro
lagi, di
of
sige
Jerry
na lagi
Boggs.
kuwan na kapoy ng kuwan.
He was shot 3 times in the back with a small caliber handgun and found at the back door of his house.
While Jill is the prime suspect, William Coit's murder is never solved.
Kaya ba never...
The death of Jerry Boggs won't fade so quietly.
Oh, sige rin.
After the murder,
Kasi mawa na pa na yung signal diya sis. Aw, gani burn out mo na mo dari.
Jill Coit called her son Seth at the bed and breakfast, and she made a statement.
My baby, it's over. And it's messy.
this time, his mother has gone too far.
When he learned that Jerry Boggs was dead, it was absolutely terrifying. The last thing he wanted to do was be involved in this.
Mao lagi.
Her son's
Lain na ba ng
testimony
injo kay pares
helps
amo
close
dari
the
magkuwan
case
mo burn
against
out.
Jill Coit.
Mag-live para ba si Janet?
Found
Live na ba
guilty
si Jan?
of first-degree murder. She's currently serving life without parole.
I don't believe Jill Coit to this day will even admit that she did this murder. She's a woman without a conscience, and I don't think she's lost a night's sleep over it.
Whatever was in her that keeps the rest of us civilized was not there.
She's a cold-blooded killer. And if we didn't catch her, rest assured she would have killed again. I'd say she's a bad girl.
Gawa na bang mouse? Mauman jud sis. Mao lagi. Dagan bukas pa.
The vast Arizona desert holds many secrets. Not all of them
Lucky Me noodles plus egg plus veggies equals kompletong almusal. Lucky Me.
Mao lagi nga ni man ni si Justice. Basta maghigda gani ko. Ay, akala ko si Edna. Oo, pag nakahiga talaga ako, ano siya, hinanap pa din. Parang ano na, alam na niya na ano na siya pag nakahiga ako.
them are meant to stay hidden.
Oh, sa English yung mga
Very
comments.
Dusty.
Na, are the comments in English
You can
now?
smell
Char.
the odor in the air,
Ang isa, it's so nice because,
just a rotten
kay
putrid
Mami Bear,
smell.
it's so nice because your body is warm. It's okay. I'm a miming
October
person.
2004.
Yeah.
Phoenix detective David Barnes
Huh?
is
It's
called to
okay.
investigate the
Kaya man
contents
si
of a
Miming, pero isa
mysterious
kay,
container.
it's okay. I'm a miming person.
I remember looking
Na
down
maulagi
into the
sis.
tub and just seeing just a
Hello, sis
torso
Eda, sabi ni
and
Mami
seeing
Bear.
white flesh.
Malagi ni mga
and
iring. Uy,
stomach
feeling
and
lagi ng
another
iring
portion of
anak natin. Feeling talaga nila na anak din sila.
The dead man has a story. that
Dikit ng
Detective
dikit to, pero
Barnes
ayaw
will
mo
never
pakarga.
get over.
Uy, ayaw mo pakarga ni Bibi na.
How could she
Baby Ice
do that
Ice.
to the father of her son?
Thank you, Mami Bear, Sis Eda. Maraming salamat sa inyo dyan. Tambay-tambay habang ako'y
At age 44, Jay Orphan thinks he has it all. His business is booming. He has a beautiful son, Noah, and a glamorous wife, Marjorie.
glamorous wife.
Jay Orban
But killer.
absolutely adored Marjorie. He had a ring designed for her with a large diamond in it. He had bought her a new car. He certainly wanted to ensure that she was living the lifestyle that she wanted.
From the outside, Marjorie seems like a devoted housewife.
She cooked, she baked, she cleaned the house, she did home improvement projects, she cared for her son.
As journalist Shanna Hogan investigates Marjorie Orban's story,
Sa lingaw
she
diha,
finds a
sis.
surprising past.
Sa lingaw.
She grew up with ambitions of becoming a professional dancer. And along the way, her life took an X-rated detour and she found herself stripping.
Dancing.
Marjorie loves having an audience of male admirers.
Hapit na kumaluto.
One of the things she cared most about was being physically desired by lots of men.
Ang cute talaga ng Bibi na to.
Manipulating men is her real skill in life.
She comes across as an
Really,
attractive
kumot
lady,
na
very
rin na.
charming, very nice, very sweet, but very manipulative.
She was very good at using others to get what she wanted.
But Marjorie is getting older, and something in her life is missing.
She was able to convince people to give her things, but the one thing that she could never have was a baby.
Huh? What's a baby?
Then, one night in Vegas, a man from her past appears. Ex-boyfriend Jay Orban has been obsessed with Marjorie for 10 years.
Jay was a businessman. He was a wealthy entrepreneur. And every city he traveled to, he looked for Marjorie.
Desperate for her love, Jay makes Marjorie an offer she won't refuse. Marriage and the baby she wants so badly. But with Marjorie Orban, nothing comes for free.
She made him a bargain. If she would come to Arizona and live with him for 2 years, and if after those 2 years she wasn't pregnant, then she would leave him.
For Jay Orban, it will become a pact with the devil. Years later, Marjorie has the child she wanted, while Noah is the apple of his father's eye. Mom controls his every move.
Marjorie had to have complete control over her son, from what he did to what he looked like. And from an early age, she was actually bleaching his hair blonde to match hers.
You had a great day, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah. She didn't like him to have any resemblance to his father.
Marjorie has gotten all she ever wanted from her husband. She doesn't need him anymore.
Marjorie was always talking down about Jay. What a bad person he was. What a horrible lover he was. How disgusting he was.
But to discard him through divorce will leave her broke.
I believe Marjorie was to get about $700 or $750 a month for child custody. That's it.
We estimated that his entire estate was about $1.5 million.
To his beloved wife, Jay Orban is worth more dead than alive.
On September 8th, 2004, Jay Orban came home early from a business trip. It was his 45th birthday, but he never made it inside the house.
Marjorie Orban's husband Jay is missing. Instead of grieving, she's having the time of her life.
She immediately started to drain the bank accounts, and she bought a $12,000 piano immediately. She had the house repainted. She bought new patio furniture, new water fixtures for the yard. She was maxing out the credit cards, and also she was hoarding cash.
That's not all. Within weeks, Marjorie moves on to a new man, Larry Weisberg.
They were living like a family. Like, they had dinners together, they watched movies. She even convinced her son to call him dad. She believed that she was going to seamlessly take her husband out of the picture and put this new man in her life.
Airbrushing one husband away for another is nothing new for Marjorie.
Marjorie was married 7 times before the age of 34. She lived her entire life perpetually in the honeymoon period of every relationship. She was in these very brief relationships that lasted about 2 years, and when she became bored or dissatisfied, she moved on to her next lover.
Former FBI profiler Candace DeLong has seen this pattern in female fortune hunters before.
Number one, they're above average intelligence, and I do believe Marjorie is of above average intelligence. And number two, there's a certain amount of arrogance about them. They actually believe they can kill their spouse and get away with it.
The night Jay came home, I don't believe he suspected anything was wrong or anything was going to happen to him.
Guys, lobat na ako, guys po. Himos ka din.
Jay was taken by surprise and he was killed instantly.
Now Marjorie's plan turns macabre. She freezes Jay's body. And reaches for her toolbox.
She actually was a woman who was very well versed with tools. Her neighbors would say that when they heard a saw going, they would joke, "Oh, there's Marjorie again with her saws."
Yuck.
When one is using a jigsaw to dismember a frozen body, there will be no smell, and there will be no or very little blood. When one is cutting frozen tissue, it's like going through wood.
To me, this shows an utter disregard, total contempt for the man that he once was. He meant nothing to her.
Okay, hauwi na
His
naman,
remains
guys.
meant nothing to her.
My baby boy.
With Jay on ice and the evidence cleaned up, Marjorie has almost committed the perfect murder. But greed is her undoing.
I don't just recommend Head and Shoulders kay dermatologist test.
Hadlog sa mga baji.
I choose it because ako magsugod ng puberty akong anak, yung grabe iyang dandruff.
Ang akong baby nga, Erin, I love you so much.
I don't just recommend it.
I love you so much. Oh.
She discovers that with no body, there's no insurance payout for another 7 years.
7 years. Bawang anso.
Marjorie Orban can't wait that long.
She did what she needed to do. She took part of the remains and she dumped them out there where she knew people were walking through. It was obviously intentional.
Marjorie needs police to find Jay's body. But to a forensic pathologist like Janice Amatuzio, a dead body holds many clues.
The art of identifying tool marks on bone is quite sophisticated. The particular striations or marks on the bone can be compared to a class or a type of pattern saw blade.
Blades found in Jay Orban's workshop match the marks on his bones. The next piece of evidence helps clinch the case. Marjorie is caught on security camera, buying the same storage containers that Jay's body is found in. Marjorie Orban is found guilty and sentenced to life without parole.
She will spend every day for the rest of her life behind bars. She will be there until her hair turns gray and time has erased all trace of beauty from her face. I think that's the only loss I think Marjorie is actually sad about.
In Queensland, Australia, the sleepy town of Noosa
Oh,
is
baby
laid back
na.
and carefree.
Oh, baby na.
The ideal place to raise a family. Today, that serenity will be destroyed.
27th of November 1987. The last of my mind for a dark time.
Pure innocence will meet a monstrous desire.
The last day of Shanti's life would have been absolutely horrific.
And one woman's name will become synonymous with evil. Val May Beck.
Anyone that could commit or participate in a crime like this isn't, I don't think, a human being.
In an Australian resort town, Barry Watts and Val May Beck seem like just another couple.
Not around here. What about that? Told you all the bloody school girl.
But their vacation is different. They are on a horrifying hunting trip.
Horrifying hunting.
He's continually telling Beck that he is fascinated with having a virgin.
Himos ka dun iringa.
Alan Burke was working as a detective when the pair began stalking the streets of Noosa.
He was looking for a schoolgirl, a virgin schoolgirl, and that she was to assist him, and then he would be faithful to her for the rest of her life if she did that.
Like her.
Val May Beck doesn't flinch at her husband's appalling request. She will please him, even if it takes her to the depths of depravity.
I describe the relationship between Beck and Watts as a relationship that was born in hell. Had they not met, this may not have happened.
It's hard to say how a woman gets to a point of doing something horrible to a young girl because her husband wants her to. It takes years. It's not something that happens over a short amount of time. And the core personality of dependence has to be there to begin with.
Val May Beck began her life at the bottom.
She was in trouble virtually from when she was old enough to get into trouble, mainly for petty offences, stealing, breaking and entering, things like that.
Author Paul B. Kidd says she never made it out of the criminal underworld.
And just when she thought she couldn't get any lower, she met Barry Gordon Watts. Skinny little rat-like runt of a thing who'd spent all of his life getting in and out of trouble with the police.
We need to make some money. Talk to me like that.
They were a very, very good pair.
Barry Watts is much more than just another small-time villain. He has a warped obsession with young children. His dark urges ignite Val May's.
Val May fits the profile of a woman married to a sexually sadistic predator. And she became one herself.
My baby.
But it was always in her.
My baby. My baby.
She was deeply in love with Barry Watts. I think that she wanted to please him, but I think that she bought into his fantasy life and she became very much involved with that fantasy life. She became very dangerous because of that.
Late afternoon, 12-year-old Sharon Keeney and her mother Linda have been shopping after school.
Sian Kinney was arguably the most beautiful girl at her school. She was loved by everyone. She was a champion at sport. She was good to her family. She was the daughter that every mother and father wished to have. She was an angel.
They live just minutes away. Linda thinks nothing of letting her daughter ride home on her own. Barry Watts and Val May Beck wait on the other side of the park.
This wasn't all Barry's crime. We know that the day it happened, it was Val May that said to Barry, "Today's the day." She's the one who chose the victim. She's the one who got her.
You say today?
At one point in Val May's life, she was a little 12-year-old girl, and yet she had no empathy for what she was about to do to another little 12-year-old.
Riding home after school, 12-year-old Sharon Keeney is the picture of childhood innocence. She's also the ideal fantasy of a married couple with terrible desires. Barry Watts and Val May Beck.
Watts has spotted her and said, "Here's one now."
Sharon doesn't normally talk to strangers, but this homely woman seems harmless.
If you saw Beck in the street, you would think she was just another middle-aged woman, grandmother. You would never pass her off as a killer.
Minutes later, her mother comes looking for her. Something is very wrong. In a secluded area on the outskirts of town, Val May tries to calm her terrified victim.
She did say in her interview that the little girl was whimpering, and she said to her that everything will be all right to calm the little girl down.
Comforting a child is something Val May is used to. She has children of her own.
She's telling this child all the time, "Life is go along, you'll be all right, nothing will happen." So she's behaving very she claims, in quite a maternal fashion to this child, which makes the whole situation even worse. So it twists maternity inside out, makes it something totally perverted.
Now Barry unleashes his most sadistic desires.
She stood by while Watts has raped Sharon and sodomised her. Initially tried to choke her. He stabbed her numerous times in the chest areas.
Worse than animals. And she stood by and let it happen. so that he would love her more. Think she's not evil?
Valmay does more than help her husband. She shares his twisted passion.
On Beck's word, they've celebrated the incident by having sex themselves. That's beyond me. You know, I just can't believe that a woman could do that. It's beyond description.
Valmay probably got as much of a thrill sexually and psychologically out of this crime as Barry did.
1 week later, Sharn's mutilated body is discovered. A community is shattered.
It took away the innocence in life. I'd been around a while and seen some pretty awful things, but I think this really scars you to the core. My daughter was about the age of Sharn, and I became extremely possessive of her in relation to her going anywhere by herself.
In the aftermath of such a savage sex crime, police believe they're hunting a man.
Didn't really enter into our heads that a female could be responsible for this as well. Very rarely do you get an occasion where you have the wife freely participating to assist the husband in such a horrific crime like this.
One clue turns the investigation. In a small town, strange cars tend to be noticed. A local enters the police station with a hastily scrawled license plate number.
So
The traffic they were extra strong with 2 times menthol para sa iyong tough cough and cold symptoms.
So from that, I did searches, interstate searches, and came up with Valmay Beck.
When the pair are finally arrested, Valmay makes a cold-hearted confession.
She showed no emotion at all. Not a tear was shed.
Found guilty of murder, Valmay Beck and Barry Watts are given life sentences. In 2008, the heart that held no compassion for a child gives out. Valmay Beck dies in prison. Sharn Kingi would have been turning 31.
People put on this earth to do something positive and leave it that way. She's come onto this earth, and the only thing she's done is, in her life, is killed a little innocent girl. That's her contribution to society. And as such, when I saw her die, I had no regret.
Deep in the woods, a lonely farmhouse holds a grisly secret. Police are looking for a young man, reported missing.
When they went to the burner, they looked in to see what was there.
Jeez, what is that?
They found a bone with a glob of burnt flesh on the knob. It was obviously a human bone.
It's the first clue to a crime whose horrors are beyond imagining.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What did she do to my son?
Sheila Labar is every mother's worst nightmare. Epping, New Hampshire. A typically quiet New England town. Until Sheila LaBarre arrives.
She's very smart. She would use her wits, use her charm, her southern accent.
Well, don't you look fine?
She's incredibly confident. She was not afraid to flirt.
I know it's a little bit delicate, but it's my favorite design.
She uses more than simple charm to capture the attention of wealthy Dr. Wilfrid LaBarre.
Thank you, that's beautiful.
Wilfrid LaBarre placed a Lonely Hearts ad in a magazine looking for some company. Sheila saw this ad and responded to it by sending topless Polaroid photos of herself. You can imagine if you are in your 60s and you're widowed, it wasn't much longer before Sheila moved from Alabama to Dr. LaBarre's farm.
As local journalist Kevin Flynn discovers, Sheila is a demanding partner.
A lot of people said to Dr. LaBarre, you gotta get rid of her. He just seemed unable to extract himself from that relationship.
Soon her control over the doctor is complete.
Slowly what Sheila would do was ask Dr. LaBarre for power of attorney, and she started rewriting his will. And she made herself the executress of the will.
A few years later, Dr. LaBarre is dead.
The coroner said it was heart disease, but a lot of his relatives are not sure. They think that Sheila might have poisoned him in order to speed up the process of getting the farm.
Sheila inherits Dr. LaBarre's farm. Soon, she entices young men to share the work and her bed. But living with Sheila has its price.
We spoke to a number of neighbors that would see badly beaten young men sort of walking up the road from our house.
District Attorney Kirsten Wilson says the farm became a sadistic playground.
It's an isolated farm. I think it was all about control. Young men who are either mourners or mentally maybe incredibly trusting. It's all about controlling them.
Oh, get to your feet, you pathetic pedophile!
Sheila was just a really mean person. She had an unnatural control over people. It was unholy. It was as if she got a gift from the devil.
In February 2006, Sheila is on the prowl for a new victim. Someone innocent and defenseless. Someone like Kenny County.
Kenny was a lovely, lovely boy. He couldn't do enough for you. Everybody was his friend. I was so proud of him.
Carolyn Lodge is Kenny's mother.
He never had a horrible word for anybody, and that was the problem. He trusted everybody.
Kenny has a low IQ. His childlike trust leads him into a terrible trap.
Hello?
Oh, hi.
Kenny. How are you?
And he told my son Brian that he met a 47-year-old woman in New Hampshire.
Maybe this Wednesday, if you wanted to meet up and
She owned a farm. She owned a beautiful car,
Kenny, I would love to.
and she was rich.
For a long time.
And he was serious about her.
Exactly. What would make you happy?
oh,
She chose that person.
I think you should come over.
Someone who was physically weak and mentally weak.
I guess so.
And she did it because she could feed her sadistic fantasies that way.
Well, I guess I'll see you soon then.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
She came down in her car and picked him up, and he never came back.
Sheila LaBar is a woman with a deadly passion. Her prey are young men.
She used her feminine wiles to get their attention, and then she isolated them from everyone else, and then began the torture, psychological as well as physical.
Kenny County is her latest victim. Tonight, his mistress is taking him shopping.
What the hell are you looking at? You don't see anyone in a wheelchair before?
Kenny couldn't walk. He had bruises all over his face. His complexion was an odd color of green. The people who worked at the store were really concerned about him.
Good afternoon, Miss LaBar.
For weeks, Kenny has been in the clutches of a master manipulator.
That's ridiculous for who?
You all right?
Hey,
You look off.
hey, don't talk to me. You don't have to
Kenny didn't ask for help.
answer any.
He was under Sheila's spell. And that's what Sheila wanted.
Now, if you don't mind, we'd like to leave.
When they left that store that night, that was the last time Kenneth County was seen alive.
Weak, defenseless, Kenny County is in grave danger. Late one night, Sheila makes a frenzied call to police.
He's a pervert. He's a child molester. Get it going. I can prove it.
Sergeant Gallagher received a telephone call from Sheila, and she seemed somewhat frantic.
Sheila obsessively records everything she does.
It was a very disturbing tape that he listened to over the phone. Ken was being interrogated by her.
On the tape was my son vomiting.
Kenny County is flaking vomit. Get up, Penny.
And she kept saying, he's faking, he's faking.
Get up. You're eating for pardon.
Now he's a pedophile. Raping children, raping his brother. He's vomiting.
When she was urged to kill, to make it easier for herself, she had to fantasize that the men she was killing were pedophiles.
The tape's all true.
Used to her eccentric calls, police decide to investigate the next morning. What they don't realize is that Kenny County is already dead.
What probably happened was that eventually Kenny realized he was in some sort of danger, and I think he might have lashed out in self-defense.
You want to work with your mother, don't you? Talk. Right, Kenny, God.
And I think that's what finally triggered Sheila into a homicidal rage. There was blood on the walls, on the floor, there were puddles, there was spray. It was a bloody mess.
With her victim dead, Sheila calmly sits and watches him burn.
He was dismembered. Sorry. And he was put in a pit and burned. But my son, he just wanted to be loved. I can't imagine what he must have been thinking. Because he was so all alone.
While Sheila tries hard to destroy Kenny's body, forensic evidence gives her away.
There was some readily apparent blood spatter. And Carolyn had told us that he had been in the Army for a while. And at that point, we crossed our fingers and hoped that they may have a DNA sample. And they did, luckily for us.
A wallet is found in the septic tank.
Get to your
It belongs to Michael DeLogue, another young man who had fallen prey to Sheila LaBarre. Convicted of 2 murders, suspected of more, Sheila LaBarre is currently serving 2 life sentences.
The fact that she has to remain for the rest of her life behind bars. She got what she asked for. She'll never see the light of day. Horrible thing is, my son died with me. He was only 24.
May practice pa! Saan ka napunta ng pagod? Click mo now! Nakikigaw ka! Parang tulong ng go!
When the precious bond between parent and child breaks, the adult doesn't always come out on top. A gifted student's own drama has a killer plot.
Shakespeare brings out this confession, the power of Shakespeare.
A jazz baby won't let anyone stop the music.
They call that culture jazz mania. They went insane.
And a damaged daughter takes lethal revenge.
That kind of abuse is a recipe for disaster.
When these deadly women fall out with mom and dad, it will be at their Heron's peril. Fort Worth, Texas,
Malubat na.
1992. 16-year-old Dorothy Marie Robards is an A student who has the looks as well as the grades.
Marie was just this kind of girl that teenage boys always looked for. Beautiful, long legs, gorgeous brown eyes.
And every parent's dream.
She was delightful. She didn't talk back. She didn't argue. She just went with the flow.
Marie shares a tight bond with her mom.
She was very attached to her mother. I don't think you can say unnaturally so, but more of a sisterly sort of attitude towards her mother.
They finished each other's sentences. They would chat through the night.
But there's one thing wrong with family life for Marie. Her stepdad, Frank.
Marie didn't like Frank initially for just taking away her mother, diverting attention from her to Frank.
He's a good man. Oh, I can't stand living in this house.
When her mother said, I'm going to stick with Frank and we're going to make this marriage work, the devastation was enormous for Marie.
If you divorce him, I'll have to leave.
Marie ups the ante
You can go in your grandparents' house then.
and loses.
Frank. Oh.
She decides to leave the family home.
In Marie's anger, she impulsively left home. But then, as most teenagers do, she changed her mind and wanted to come back.
Her rebellion only lasts 1 week. But when she returns, there's no happy homecoming. Her mom and stepdad believe she's better off living with her natural father.
She'd been basically, she felt, kicked out of her own home, away from her mother, due to this stepfather who she didn't like.
Marie's misfortune is a blessing for her real dad, Stephen.
He was excited that he was going to have the chance to be a full-time father.
Stephen's girlfriend at the time, Sandy Hudgens, remembers how he put his all into making Marie welcome.
He filled those shoes, I think, better than I expected.
How's it now?
He got a job at the post office. He began to take care of Marie more, buy her clothes.
But a father's love can only go so far, particularly when he lives in a bachelor pad.
Dad, we're making a soup.
Right here. Even though she knew how hard he was trying to please her, it was a miserable life.
She was sleeping on the floor. She didn't even have her own room.
I told Steve that, a girl her age really, really needed her privacy and how important that was.
Her dad was trying to get that for her, but Marie wasn't willing to wait.
I hate it here. I have to sleep on some roll-up bed.
Marie is desperate for her mom.
One-sided phone calls I overheard was her constantly begging, and her mother kept saying no, making her cry, hanging up on her.
Marie was dependent on her mother and would do anything to be with her.
I just miss her so much. It just was more dependency than the normal teenager.
Sandy offers comfort, but is no substitute for the real thing.
I couldn't fill all of the needs she was missing right then.
The one place where things go right is school.
Even though her life was not what she wanted, and though she felt stuck, she still excelled in high school. And so she was an A student, and she was especially an A student in her chemistry class.
Now please be careful. Sorry, is poisonous.
The star student is working on an extra special assignment. An experiment in death. Fort Worth, Texas. Beautiful, gifted, charming. 16-year-old Marie Robards is a girl with substance. But this star student lacks one thing she wants desperately.
Go now.
Her mother's company.
Please, can you please?
She needed her mother.
Why?
She wasn't going to adjust to living without her. She would do anything to get back with her mother.
Marie is hatching a plan to get home.
One day, without anybody noticing, she took a little barium acetate when she was over by the chemicals, poured it into a napkin, closed up the napkin, and headed home.
The A-plus science student will conduct an experiment with the common school laboratory chemical barium acetate, a poison lethal to humans. Marie waits a week until the night of February 18, 1993, when she convinces her dad to have fast food for dinner.
Her father, who wasn't much of a cook, goes out and gets Mexican food, and when he comes back, she sprinkles a little bit on one of his tacos or enchiladas.
He did tell me it was too salty, but he ate it anyway. Steve was going to go to church. I talked to him earlier.
Stephen won't make the service because he's closer to God than he imagines.
Within an hour, he comes back saying he felt sick to his stomach, and then he went downhill in a hurry.
His girlfriend Sandy, who lives down the hall, gets a knock on the door.
So I went on down there and he was already in bed, really having a lot of stomach pain, a lot of cramping. He said, I think I've got food poisoning.
Marie's chemical concoction is taking hold.
Something is seriously wrong there.
Can you tell me what happened there?
I don't know.
Rosemary Robards watched him as the EMTs tried to revive him and never once opened her mouth to save her father's life.
Paramedics begin a desperate race to save him.
Can you go outside?
Despite their best efforts, Stephen dies.
I really couldn't believe it. He was 38 and in good health.
Authorities investigate the death, but rule it a heart attack.
And just like that, Marie had committed the perfect murder.
Marie gets her wish. She is home and back in her mother's arms. But Marie's not the only one with a shocking secret.
The mother says, listen, the two of us are leaving. We're going to Florida. And Marie says, how long have you known about this? She said, for several weeks. I just didn't want to tell you until it's time to go. And it's time to go. Marie realized that if her mother had just told her earlier, then this whole poisoning of her father would never have taken place.
Ended up being all for naught. That makes it even a bigger tragedy.
Marie buries her poisonous past in college classes. But 11 months later, the guilt becomes too much to bear.
It's the speech from Claudius. Claudius who murders Hamlet's father. And it's the famous speech about guilt. Will he ever be able to get over the knowledge that he murdered Hamlet's father? She sees Marie breaking down in tears. He says, oh my gosh, what's happening? You wrecked your grandparents' car, Marie says. Well, you didn't murder someone, did you? Marie says.
My father. I poisoned him. Don't be stupid.
And out comes the story. After all this time, Shakespeare brings out this confession, the power of Shakespeare.
He was great.
If Marie hadn't confessed to a classmate that she had killed her father, she would have gotten away with this murder forever.
I just really want to move her back with my mom.
For Marie's best friend, it's a drama too big to keep secret. She goes to the authorities.
When they redid the autopsy, they found the barium levels in Stephen Rivard's blood and tissue to be 28 times the lethal amount.
Marie is arrested and quickly confesses, but insists she never meant to kill her dad. She just wanted him sick so she could go back to her mom. But the jury doesn't buy it and convicts her of first-degree murder.
Given the fact that Marie stole the barium a week in advance and held on to it, certainly shows a great amount of preparation and planning.
It's time for Energen. Sa 10 piso lang, kompleto na ang breakfast. Mag-Energen na!
And planning.
Marie was a smart girl. She was getting A's in chemistry. She knew exactly how much barium acetate it would take to kill her father.
On May 10th, 1996, Marie Robards is sentenced to 28 years in prison. The flawless pupil becomes a model prisoner. After just 7 years, she gets parole. Sandy is still coming to terms with the tragedy.
I hate to admit it, but I had a really bad depression for years. Thank goodness that finally went away. But I haven't loved anyone since Stephen. Haven't gotten close enough to anyone.
Few believe Marie was born bad, but the combination of desperation and immaturity creates a murderer.
For Marie, watching her father die a horrible, agonizing death was something she had to do to get what she wanted. Everyone that knew Marie said she was a good girl. I think she was, right up to the moment she murdered her father.
For teens, breaking the rules.
What Dorothy wanted, Dorothy was going to get.
can be exciting,
She was pretty much running wild.
dangerous, even deadly.
The press blamed this murder on Jazzmania.
San Francisco, 1925. A new beat is swinging the nation. The provocative and some believe sinful sound of jazz. All the rage in the illegal speakeasies of America under Prohibition.
San Francisco has always been a very fun city. In the roaring 20s, it was wild.
The jazz lures in 16-year-old Dorothy Ellingson.
Dorothy was precocious and she looked much older than she was. When she was 14, she looked probably 17. When she was 16, she looked 19.
Dorothy's grown-up looks are her passport to pleasure.
Dorothy started drinking alcohol at the age of 12. It's not surprising that she was drawn into the world of nightclubs and jazz and drinking.
It's not only bootleg alcohol that Dorothy thirsts for.
She liked men. She liked all kinds of men.
Dorothy's philosophy seemed to be, let's dance, let's drink, and let's do some other things.
In those days, even the roaring 20s, it was still very, very unacceptable for an unmarried woman, let alone a 16-year-old girl, to be having sex. But for her, acting out sexually obviously made her feel good, made her feel powerful.
She was not concerned what other people thought or cared for what they expected of her. It was what she expected of herself, and that was to entertain herself and have a good time.
Prohibition officers have their eye on her, but Dorothy thinks she's one step ahead.
Dorothy was creating a fantasy for herself. Had a false ID that listed her as Montaigne de Nero. And she was age 19, and that's the role she played.
Dorothy's fake ID meant freedom. It meant adulthood. It meant excitement. She was way too young to have it.
She was charged with truancy. She was charged with running away. She ran to Los Angeles at one point to be with a musician down there.
Several stints in juvenile detention don't stop Dorothy's behavior.
It didn't seem to bother her very much, but it really bothered her parents. They looked at it as a real shame to the family.
Her parents are at their wits' end. They want Dorothy on the straight and narrow.
Where have you been?
She was from a very kind of law-abiding, respectable family.
All people say,
Emma was a very staid mother type. In this case, it was obvious Dorothy was having sex with men. It was obvious that she was having sex with many men. This was upsetting her mother terribly. She didn't really know what to do about it. So the best she could do was confront her daughter.
But Dorothy refuses to toe the line.
Dorothy and her mother had a tempestuous relationship, and it got worse as Dorothy got older.
I think any mother of a teenage girl would have been upset that her 16-year-old daughter was hanging out in nightclubs and seeing older men.
Dorothy won't repent. Instead, she records every sordid encounter.
Dorothy kept a diary. It was a little red notebook where she put information about her comings and goings.
Went to Joe's party, met an amazing musician. He knows how to use all his instruments.
It was kind of a way to look into her mind. She talked about the men she went out with, what she wanted to do. It was pretty much focused on partying.
Dorothy's diary is filling up nicely.
She judged them according to their physical build and how they measured up to her standards.
but there's always room for fresh material.
Dorothy was so rebellious. She liked to be bad. She liked to be a bad girl.
You're not going out.
When Dorothy insists she is going to another jazz party, Mom Anna puts her foot down.
There was constant turmoil in the family. The fights between Dorothy and her mother got physical, where they would literally fight with each other over it.
You're 16, I can do that, like. Go to bed.
Dorothy was furious. She's being threatened two ways: not being able to do what she wanted to do, which was go to the dance, and also the possibility of being arrested.
Anna wins for now. But Dorothy has a party trick no one will forget. San Francisco, 1925. 16-year-old Dorothy Ellingson is a jazz baby with a taste for trouble. She's broken curfew, the law, and her parents' spirits, but her plans to paint the town red hit a roadblock.
They went to bed angry, and they woke up angry.
You are absolutely not going out. I want you to get a job.
On January 13th, the fighting stops.
Responsible.
Already a petty juvenile offender, Dorothy is about to become a really bad girl.
I'm sick of all this fighting. So am I.
She put 2 bullets in the back of her head without giving it a second thought.
Dorothy shot her mother in the back of the head because she didn't want to look her in the eyes as she was killing her.
She won the argument.
Dorothy simply got upset that her mother was tightening the reins on her behavior, and she shot her.
Anna's life is over. For Dorothy, the party's just starting.
She went dancing. She was the life of the party.
You're sure having a wild time is the best time of my life.
She wanted to have a good time. She did have a good time. She danced for 12 hours straight. It's very strange behavior, but she wasn't concerned about the future. She wasn't even concerned about the past. She was concerned about the now.
But after the high comes the hangover.
Dorothy's brother found the body later that day.
It was kind of assumed that Dorothy was involved.
Dorothy, you'd better come with us.
Dorothy's arrest, just days after the murder, shocks the community. They can't believe a 16-year-old girl is capable of killing her own mom.
What Dorothy did, killing her mother, was at that time completely unheard of.
That was San Francisco's first case ever of matricide, of someone killing their mother.
Even though Dorothy confesses, some authorities doubt her guilt.
The coroner actually disputed Dorothy's confession. He said that there was no way that a girl of 16 could ever kill her mother. That was just impossible.
But if Dorothy's not responsible, who is? The newspapers of the day believe they know. They lay the blame on the mesmerizing effect of jazz.
The newspapers ate it up. They call that culture jazz mania. People got their blood worked up. They got excited. They lost their inhibitions.
Excuse.
And they felt that it affected their psyche, that they actually became, they went insane.
Even though the press puts jazz on trial, a jury isn't convinced.
Dorothy killed her mother, and it had nothing to do with jazz.
Jury
Thank
feels
you.
it's time
Thank you sa
Dorothy
mga
grows
nag-thumbs
up.
up. Lobat
In
na ko.
August 1925,
Lobat na ko.
she's found guilty of manslaughter and given 10 years in San Quentin prison.
10 years in prison.
With her wings finally clipped, Dorothy renounces her wild and deadly ways.
She always said she
Low
wished she
battery.
could go back and relive her life and do it the way her had asked her to.
She hoped that her example could prevent other kids from going the same route she did. She advised kids to obey their parents, to learn a trade, not running fast automobiles with people.
Whether Dorothy really did a complete turnaround in prison, only Dorothy knows. She said the right things. She said things people wanted to hear. Did she mean it? I have my doubts.
After 7 years in jail, Dorothy is released and reunites with her father.
The relationship between Dorothy and her father Joseph was very strained. He was trying to be a father to her, but she finally realized that she couldn't live in that household. It was causing too much strain there.
Dorothy changes her name and tries to leave her notoriety behind her.
She spent the rest of her life trying to run from who she had been, but she was never quite able to.
In 1962, Dorothy's dancing days are over. The jazz baby dies at age 59. Family reunions are unpredictable events.
Bridget hardly stood a chance.
Get-togethers can strengthen ties.
I mean, he was her father. He's supposed to be a source of comfort and certainty.
Or sever them permanently.
She wanted to destroy the weapon that had caused so much destruction to so many people.
In the 1980s on Staten Island,
Mamona, staying free on the toilet.
Staten Island, New York. Eric Goodrich is a pillar of the West African expat community. A Liberian migrant admired for his business prowess.
A good member of the community, an interesting and active participant in the immigrant community.
He was almost like a political big shot in his home country. And he was respected in his community.
But behind closed doors, there is another Eric. One that his two young daughters know intimately.
Eric was very skilled at hiding his true nature. The community thought he was a great guy. His family knew different.
Eric believes in old-fashioned corporal punishment, but takes it to a sadistic level.
It was physical abuse. It was getting beaten with a reed so that it would open up the wounds on her. forcing her to take red hot pepper and mixing it with water and flour into like a paste and putting this red hot pepper into her open wounds.
Red pepper is the same element that's in mace, which is what police use to control crowds during riots. It is incredibly caustic. It burns nerve endings.
For Bridget, there is nowhere to hide. Not even when she's tucked into bed.
Eric Goodrich, he was a pedophile who was incestuous. I don't know how much worse it gets.
The abuse starts when Bridget is 3.
That kind of abuse is a recipe for disaster, for an explosion down the road.
When Eric returns to Liberia in 1992, 12-year-old Bridget is taken too. But the abuse isn't left behind. For the next 5 years, her torment continues.
Our father continually made excuses. I'm just teaching you how this happens, how this works. This is what a father is supposed to do to a daughter.
The fact that Bridget was abused for so long certainly had to contribute to her feeling that her life was nothing more than being abused. And she had it.
At 18, Bridget is legally able to escape her father's grip. Fleeing Liberia, she returns to New York. By her mid-20s, and with her father some 4,000 miles away, Bridget finally builds a life for herself as a security guard.
She had a job, she was making money, she was supporting herself, she had a decent apartment in a decent neighborhood, she had a network of friends. Despite the horrors that she was subjected to, she had made it on her own, and God bless her for doing it. She deserves a lot of credit for getting as far as she did.
But when she visits her older sister in 2007, old wounds are ripped open.
Daddy's here.
When Eric comes back into the scene, Bridget is absolutely repulsed and horrified and scared.
Seeing her abuser close to her niece triggers overwhelming memories.
She saw the broken camel's back was when she saw her father, Eric, floating around Carlene's daughter, who was 5 years old.
I think she snapped. She suffered a flood of emotions. For a moment, that little girl on Daddy's lap was Bridget, and she couldn't take it.
This is her abuser. And he's going to someone she loves, who's vulnerable, very vulnerable.
Bridget confronts her sister. Their discussion reveals another terrible family secret. Carlene is also a victim of Eric's abuse.
She'd actually confirmed that he had been abusive sexually to her sister Carlene.
More chilling still are Eric's travel plans. When he flies back to Africa, he'll be taking his granddaughter.
That made Bridget realize that nobody was going to take action to protect this girl. And what she perceived was there were two choices. He could go on or she could stop it.
Rockaway, New York, 2007. 26-year-old Bridget Harris survives years of sexual molestation at the hands of her father. Now she fears he's grooming a new victim, his 5-year-old granddaughter.
Bridget's mind came to a head between her and her father before anyone else was victimized. And that was her priority.
Bridget decides to confront Eric and scours the internet for help.
She had prepared some articles regarding the effects of incest and rape, and she wanted to present that to her dad.
But Bridget isn't relying on diplomacy alone. She has a backup plan.
She's been contemplating figuring out a way to disable him from perpetrating the same kind of horrible violence he perpetrated on her and her sister.
July 28, 2007. Bridget invites her father to her apartment. A one-on-one intervention. She wants him to acknowledge the hurt he's caused.
Psychologists and psychiatrists that treat adult survivors of child sex abuse do not recommend that the victim and the abuser sit down for a confrontation without professional guidance. But that's what Bridget tried to do, and it had disastrous consequences.
When Eric denies his crimes, Bridget snaps.
When Eric Bridge denied he ever touched her, it triggered a rage.
When children suffer long-standing abuse at the hands of a parent who's supposed to love them, sometimes they fight back.
Furniture was broken. She used a pepper spray. He screamed.
Using the tools of her trade, a can of mace and handcuffs, Bridget subdues her father. Bridget smothers Eric's screams by stuffing a towel in his mouth. Eric is now helpless, bound, gagged, motionless. But Bridget isn't done. She wants to destroy his weapon of abuse.
She tries to cut his penis off with the scissors, and it won't work. And then she remembers, oh, I have no blades. And she comes back, and she severs his penis.
Amputation is not enough.
She wanted to destroy the weapon that had caused so much destruction to so many people. So initially, she burns it on her stove, and she takes it with her. She calls 911.
Bridget calls for help for her father, but makes sure his manhood can't be restored.
Bridget was so frightened that doctors might be able to reattach her father's penis, she made sure they couldn't and threw it in the ocean. Goodbye, Daddy. Assaulting her father that way must have been a very cathartic experience for her. Finally, she was the one in control.
Paramedics arrive too late to save Eric. But he hasn't bled to death. He suffocates.
If the towel is pushed far enough back, it's going to be impossible for the tongue to extricate that towel. Securing it is going to ensure that the person cannot take a breath at all.
Bridget insists she didn't set out to kill her dad, and that her online research proves it.
She had gone online and she researched John Bobbitt, who's a very famous case in America of a man who was caught cheating by his wife and she severed his penis, and it showed that he lived.
Cutting off a penis is usually not a lethal wound. There's a large amount of blood loss, but it's not sufficient to cause death. Bridget didn't want her father to die.
She wanted him to be sexually hopeless.
The prosecution isn't convinced, and Bridget is charged with second-degree murder. She undergoes psychiatric assessment.
Bridget did have a psychological evaluation by both the defense expert and by the prosecutor's expert. They both kind of came to the same conclusion.
That Bridget suffers from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oftentimes, people who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder have flashbacks.
Head and shoulders here. Ang mga pag-answer please. Ako ka na. Maong doses recommended. I choose it.
Yeah. Want your favorite again? Creamy the set up just like mom's. Fearful is ready to eat. Just eat and eat.
Flashbacks to the event that caused them the horrible stress in the first place. And these flashbacks can be overwhelming.
Bridget's life story touches the jury. On September 30th, 2009, she is convicted of the lesser offense, manslaughter.
They didn't follow the law, and instead they followed their sympathy and their empathy.
Some of the jurors wrote to the trial judge, saying that she had done enough time and she should be released.
I told the judge, you let her out right now, she can come with me.
But the judge is in no mood for mercy.
He reprimanded her. He basically said, you got caught up in a whirlwind of emotion. You showed mercy, I will show none.
Bridget Harris receives the maximum sentence, 5 to 15 years in jail.
She knows what she did was wrong, and she knows she needs to be punished for what she did.
She is eligible for parole in 2012.
If Bridget gets good psychotherapy in prison, she may be able to function well when she gets out, but she will always have the memory of what her father did to her.
These deadly women brutally severed their family ties. Marie Robards sacrificed one parent to be with the other. Dorothy Ellingson took partying to a lethal level. And Bridget Harris cut ties with Dad to save others. All three have very different reasons for turning on their flesh and blood. But the result was the same. They were their parents' peril. Children deserve love and protection from their mothers. But some women should never give birth.
It's very, very hard for people to understand how a mother could kill her children, but it happens.
A mom wants to possess her children at any cost.
It's by far the most shocking crime I've covered in my career.
A devout Christian mistakes delusions for divine messages.
And the voices were telling her that this was not a place for her children to be.
And a Philadelphia mom keeps legal secrets for decades.
One death is horrible. A second death is suspicious. A third death is a crime.
When these deadly women snap, it results in the murder of innocents. the idyllic town of Skene, Scotland. It's the new home to American couple Teresa and Pasquale Riggi.
They were the all-American couple who seemed to have it all. They moved because of his job to the United Kingdom in 1990, and then after, for a period of several years, were very happily married couple.
They put down roots and start thinking about raising a family in Scotland. But a natural pregnancy eludes them. They turn to IVF. It takes several years, but finally, in December 2001, the gift they want, twin boys. Friend Amber Siebold remembers the joy.
She seemed like a very loving mother, very kind and very together as well. She was always immaculate. Her children were always immaculate. You know, they were always well fed.
Teresa's besotted by her boys. She puts them before everyone else, even her husband.
Teresa immediately banished her husband from their marital bed and brought the babies into the bed and slept with them there.
Scotland and IVF turn out to be wonderfully fruitful for the Riggis. Pasquale is earning good money, and after 3 years, they have another child, daughter Cecilia. But Teresa's love for her children is starting to become an obsession.
She didn't let her children socialize with anybody around them, largely keeping them inside the house.
You want to have a princess party for your birthday? TV reporter James Matthews discovered it wasn't just the children staying indoors.
She didn't engage with the outside world to any degree herself.
Mom, why can't we go to school like other kids?
Teresa didn't even trust the education department, insisting on homeschooling them.
You're not safe here with me.
She talked about how she had a hard time in high school and that's why she wanted to homeschool her children.
They need to interact with other kids. Why can't you see that?
They're not going, and that's final.
Obsessed with her children, Teresa leaves her husband out in the cold.
I want a divorce.
Pasquale now has little sway in the household. The two parents drift apart.
She talked about, you know, their differences in parenting from the beginning and they just became her all as soon as they were there. So nobody else mattered.
Finally, Pasquale has enough. He moves out of the family home. Teresa reacts badly, not because her husband leaves her, but he now has visitation with their children for 4 hours every week.
She was absolutely devastated. She just couldn't imagine even 4 hours a week without them.
Teresa Riggi had, among other things, a paranoid personality.
No one is safe from Teresa's paranoia.
I had an Easter party at my house that her and the children came to, and she had little sort of locator things.
Can we go now?
So if she couldn't see them, she would just press the button and it would beep. If they were out of her sight for a second, she would be, "Where are you? Austin, where are you?"
Luke?
Just getting upset.
Austin?
Putting electronic tags on the kids was an example of the crazy thinking that was going on in her head. That's an extreme thing to do to little kids.
Where have you been? Well, that's not good enough. I told you to come straight back when you were to speak.
Alarmed by this sort of behavior, Pasquale decides he has to act. He petitions for full custody of all 3 children. Teresa could soon lose everything, but she has no intention of letting that happen.
I just remember her
saying Fiona got custody of them, you know, being never to see them again, something along those lines. And what I really remember is her face, because it was like pure determination. You know, she wasn't gonna let that happen under any circumstances.
When California couple Teresa and Pasquale Ricky first moved to Scotland, they wanted a family. And with some help from IVF, they now have one.
They need to interact with other kids.
But it's falling apart. Teresa's obsessed with her children and won't let them out of her sight. Pasquale has moved out, and he files for full custody. The war of the Riggies is about to take a tragic turn.
She phoned Pasquale Ricky at 11:30 at night and asked him, "Are you trying to take my children away from me?" His reply was, "Well, you've left me with no choice." And she said, she hung up the phone.
On August 4th, 2010, Teresa takes family law into her own hands. Turning on 8-year-old Austin.
It is utterly shocking when you think about what these kids must have experienced, what they must have seen, and how desperate they must have felt. It is utterly horrific.
One by one, Teresa chases down her children.
They saw her coming, they tried to stop her, she probably chased them around the apartment. Each of them saw her doing this.
Each of the children was stabbed 8 times, mostly in the chest, but in other parts of their bodies, in the hands and on the arms. In killing the children, she used 2 different knives.
The last one to die saw their 2 siblings killed by her. One of the worst murder scenes I can think of.
There was blood everywhere in the house, in the bathroom, in the kitchen, at the breakfast bar, on the oven hob. It was a scene of carnage.
If Teresa couldn't have her children, nobody could.
I think there was anger and revenge at Pasquale involved in how she killed her children. You think I'm not serious? Watch this. You think you can take my children? Watch this. This is a very, very deadly woman.
But the senseless brutality isn't over. Teresa starts on herself.
Slashing her throat a number of times, stabbing herself in the chest and abdomen.
She's intent on dying with her children, but just can't seem to pull it off.
There were 2 separate ligatures hanging from the 2nd floor landing, one a dressing gown cord, the other a pair of hair straighteners.
After unsuccessfully stabbing, then strangling herself, Teresa turns to fire.
She then started an explosion in the house by disconnecting the gas hall.
But still, Teresa is alive. She resorts to the apartment balcony.
She was seen to climb on the railing by neighbors, swayed for around a minute, shouting, "I can't believe what's happening to me."
breaks her fall. Teresa is rushed to the hospital and survives. The small Scottish town of Skene is in disbelief. The family that kept to themselves has been decimated.
To think about what that must have been like for them at their age, trying to understand why their mother, who they loved with all their hearts, was hurting them so badly. I can't begin to wrap my head around that.
Teresa never planned to answer for her crimes. She thought she'd be dead.
Number one, she was diagnosed as being narcissistic. Number two, she was diagnosed as being paranoid. And number three, she was diagnosed with histrionic personality disorder. This is a condition where the person thrives on extreme drama.
Despite the diagnosis, Scottish authorities deemed Teresa competent to stand trial. She pleads guilty to 3 counts of culpable murder and is sentenced to 16 years.
I think it wasn't long enough what she was sentenced to, because it wasn't even some total of how long they had lived.
Teresa thought of her children as possessions, who she would rather destroy than share. She leaves a stricken husband and a community in shock. All Teresa has now are her deadly deeds.
Teresa really has never expressed any remorse. Psychiatrists who have examined her say that she continues to believe that God was calling her and her children home.
What Teresa wanted was to make her husband pay and suffer the rest of his life over what she did. And making her husband suffer was more important than the life she had created.
When a mother hears deluded messages
This was a very ugly world, that this was not a place for her children to be.
about what's best for her children,
She thought she was doing something good for her children.
the unthinkable can happen.
The voices tell the person horrible things about themselves, and it can make the individual very, very dangerous to other people.
Setting the right example is important to Milwaukee mom Elise Levina. In 1997, she runs a strict household, bringing up her 2 sons, Joe, 9, and John Jr., 8, to obey their parents and the Lord.
Her faith was probably the cornerstone of her life. She was devoutly religious, and she raised her children to be religious as well.
34-year-old Elise and her accountant husband, John, are respected and active members of their church community.
They were heavily involved in church. She was on church committees. She was a volunteer at church. She sang in the choir. She was known at the Catholic school where her sons, went as a good mother.
But all is not as it seems. Elise has a dark secret. She is a troubled soul who hears voices.
Elise heard voices in her head, known as auditory hallucinations. That type of hallucination, voices, they're not fun, they're not kind. The voices tell the person horrible things about themselves and sometimes about other people.
And the voices have a grim message for Elise.
Her delusion was that she was a bad mother. She was psychotic.
Elise believes the power of prayer will solve her problems. But faith alone can't help. She's suffering from a serious mental illness, schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, thought disorders, generally emerge when the individual is in their late teens to early to mid-20s. Elise appeared completely normal until she was in her mid-20s, and then the psychoses took over.
When Elise's illness starts in the early 1990s, her concerned family insists she get medical help.
Her struggles with mental illness became more visibly apparent. There was a brief hospitalization. She was seeing a psychiatrist, diagnosed with a socioaffective disorder, was placed on antipsychotic medication. Medication was clearly critical in order for her to function in society and to not be delusional.
But Elise doesn't trust the medication. She has more faith in the voices than pills.
Part of the nature of the illness schizophrenia is that the patient is suspicious of medication. They think it's poison. They become paranoid about the medication. And that's one of the reasons they don't want to take it.
Elise's husband, John, does everything he can to support his wife.
Friends and neighbors reported that they thought Elise was perfectly normal. And there were some days I'm sure she probably did come across that way. Her own husband didn't know how really sick she was.
Please, I promise. Boys, hey, I'll make a call, okay?
Without her medication, her behavior becomes so erratic by 1994 that John decides he must leave Elise for his son's sake.
For a time, the boys had gone to live with their grandparents because of their mother's instability. So there were obviously signs of great trouble within the family, within the home.
But marriage is a sacred vow, and after a year living apart, the devout Christians try again. And Elise is taking her pills.
After they reunite, they had a couple of good years where it looked like the medication was working, the treatment was working, and that they would be a successful family after all.
But soon Elise stops her meds, and the voices are back.
These are very, very strong medications that do help, but they don't work if they're left in the bathroom. The meds have to be taken every day.
But when this mom's not taking her pills, bad things will happen.
Elise did not have a history of violence. She did not have a history of outbursts or anything that would indicate what would happen next.
I'll try to.
Milwaukee couple, Elise and John Lavina, seem to have a good life with their 2 sons. The committed Christians are pillars of their local church. But Elise is fighting her own demons, schizophrenia. She stops taking her medication, and her delusions return.
Elise didn't want to take the medication. She didn't like the way it made her feel. And this is typical of a lot of schizophrenics. They start taking the medication, and then they think, well, I'm well now. I don't need to take it.
Yeah. The voices are more controlling, and their message more chilling.
And the voices were telling her that this was a very ugly world, that this was not a place for her children to be. So she's thinking about that. She's hearing these voices, and she's making a plan.
August 26, 1997. Elise washes up after the evening meal. The two boys have gone their separate ways. 8-year-old John Jr. plugs into his asthma treatment machine in the basement. 9-year-old Joe retires to his room.
This was an idyllic scene. It was sort of at first this normal middle American summer evening.
But it's not. Elise believes she's receiving divine messages.
Her religious faith spun into delusions at the time of the murder.
Elise's delusion was that she had to kill the children so their souls would go to heaven. Apparently, her delusion also told her she needed to do it with a baseball bat.
The most vulnerable child, little John, is attacked first.
That 8-year-old boy probably never saw what was coming. He was taking his treatment when his mother came in there and started swinging that bat. He really didn't have a chance.
Elise?
The father hears thumping sounds coming from the basement. He takes time to rush in, and she's still hitting her son with the bat.
He takes that bat from her, holds her down.
Struggling to hold on to his wife, John calls for help.
While he was calling 911, she took the bat and rushed upstairs and started attacking her second son, Joe. You would think, your mother would just prepare dinner for you, would suddenly try to murder you with a baseball bat. It doesn't get more horrific than that.
For Elise, beating the boys with a baseball bat was a way to dispatch them to heaven. The blood didn't matter.
This time, John manages to stop his wife. Both boys are rushed to the hospital. 8-year-old John Jr. can't be saved. He dies of skull fractures.
He would have lost consciousness very rapidly. Death would have taken a matter of minutes after that. In all likelihood, they would have been dead 10 or 15 minutes later.
Miraculously, 9-year-old Joe survives. His father's actions saved his life.
His father made it upstairs in time and was able to wrestle his wife off of the boy.
Fortunately, her second son did not receive as many blows as her first son. He probably only received 2 or 3, maybe 4 blows, enough to cause skull fracture and some underlying brain injury.
There is no question about who commits these crimes. Police arrest Elise at the scene.
She was immediately charged with the most serious offenses under Wisconsin law: first-degree intentional homicide and attempted first-degree intentional homicide.
What we're about to see. Elise offers a shocking explanation as to why she attacks her sons.
She said they would be better off because she couldn't provide them with a good life in the society because it was too twisted and the bad influences of television and so forth. So she thought she was doing something good for her children by murdering them.
It's not unusual for people suffering with certain types of schizophrenia to believe that God is talking to them. It's known as religious ideation, and it can make the individual very, very dangerous to other people.
Elise is found criminally insane and is committed to a mental institution.
This is one of those tragic cases. She was a woman who actually loved her children, and her mental illness drove her to do the unthinkable.
In 2007, After being committed for 10 years, she is released on the condition she never contacts her former family.
She was ordered by the judge to never have contact with John Medina, and she was also ordered to have no contact with her surviving son. And there was a termination of her parental rights.
The court hears testimony from prominent psychiatrists that now Elise is medicated, she's stable, her dangerous religious delusions a thing of the past, but not everyone thinks justice has been served.
As a member of the community, I'm disturbed that Elise Lidby got out. And I think anyone who's capable of murdering their own child is always going to be in some level of threat to society. I think this is the most cold-hearted crime that could be committed for a mother who brings a child into this world to be capable of murdering that child, and in such a heinous manner.
Some psychologists and psychiatrists would say that society is safe from Elise. Maybe they're right, and maybe they're wrong. But I would not let Elise babysit for me.
Having a family is one of life's greatest thrills.
She had baby after baby after baby.
For most new parents,
They observed how distant Marina was.
but not in this house.
One death is horrible. The second death is suspicious. The third death is a crime.
Imagine going blind overnight. In 1949, it happened to 20-year-old Philadelphia wife, Marie No. Her husband, Arthur, rushes her to the hospital.
They're, of course, very freaked out, and they're trying to figure out what's going on because they see there's no physical reason for her to be blind.
The doctors conclude Marie's blindness is caused by severe emotional stress.
Marie suffered what is known as hysterical blindness. She would really become blind and not be able to see. But it was psychologically induced, a psychosomatic reaction to stress.
It should be the happiest time of her life. 6 weeks earlier, Marie gives birth to their first child, Richard. But caring for a newborn is a struggle for the first-time mom.
There were issues with vomiting, there were issues with underweight, there were issues with feeding. She had a hard time feeding her kids. She got very frustrated when they wouldn't eat.
Things go from difficult to heartbreaking. Arthur returns home from work on April 7th to discover Richard's still body in his crib.
He's not breathing! Only lived for 31 days. A determination was made by the hospital that he died from congestive heart failure.
Losing a child is a parent's worst nightmare. Doctors believe the psychological trauma brings on Marie's blindness.
So they go through this incredible experience. They have a baby, they lose a baby, then she goes blind. Then they have to treat her for that. But they want to have other kids, so they move on.
Marie's vision soon returns, and 18 months later, the couple is blessed with a second child, a healthy little girl, Elizabeth. Arthur is delighted. Having a family is his dream. But Marie still finds motherhood difficult.
Marina was a simple-minded, uneducated, probably an immature adult. I believe she was unable to be a mother.
When baby Elizabeth becomes ill, Marie makes frantic calls for help.
When Elizabeth was 5 months old, Marie started having interactions with doctors and hospitals again. She claimed that she found her vomiting blood. And during the course of a number of backs and forth with the doctor, she was found and brought dead to a hospital.
The death of her babies is too much for Marie. She seeks counsel from her priest.
She wanted to get her tubes tied.
baby.
She was about to do it, and she went to see her priest, and her priest told her it would be a sin. So she didn't do it.
The church wouldn't allow it. So instead, she had baby after baby after baby.
Marie is very fertile. In the next 12 years, she gives birth to 6 more children. 2 are stillborn, but the other 4, 3 girls and a boy, are in good health when they leave the hospital. But Marie's never a mother for long. One after the other, her babies die.
People were sympathetic to them. I don't think there was any suspicion at all at that point that any of them had anything to do with this. It was just what happened.
But one person is suspicious. The new medical examiner.
She specialized in pediatric forensic work. And she was the first one to do one of the autopsies and question what was going on.
Marina was always alone when these deaths occurred. She always indicated that she either found the baby in the crib or the playpen. The bottom line in each of these deaths was it was an unexplained death.
Without any real evidence, the authorities' hands are tied. And Marie soon gives birth to her 9th baby, Catherine. Concerned doctors take drastic action. The little girl isn't sick, but they keep her in the hospital for months, where nurses can keep a close eye on Catherine and her mother.
They observed lots of things about the nose in terms of how distant Marina was.
And Marie's baby talk is chilling.
One of the nurses said that she watched her having trouble feeding and put in a chart that she said,
"Eat this or I'll kill you." But a healthy baby can't be nursed forever. When Catherine is 3 months old, Marie is allowed to take her home, but doctors fear for her future.
one of the doctors wrote, "I hope she lives long enough to grow her fingernails long enough to fight her off." So, I mean, there's real drama here, and everybody is afraid something bad's going to happen.
Philadelphia couple, Marie and Arthur No, seem cursed. Starting in 1949, Marie gives birth to 8 children. They all die before they can crawl.
Eat this or I'll kill you.
Doctors keep her 9th child, Catherine, in the hospital for 3 months. But Catherine isn't sick, and reluctantly they allow Marie to take her home.
The doctors and nurses were onto her, and yet there was nothing they could really do to prevent the child from going home.
Marie has borne many children, but she's no mother. She can't cope with Catherine and constantly calls her doctor for guidance. Marie's stories become more outlandish.
One day, I think at 8 months, Marino tells this crazy story. The baby stopped breathing because she pulled a dry cleaning bag off a hanger and it almost asphyxiated her.
Catherine survives the incident, but doesn't live for long. On the morning of February 25th, 1966, she's home alone with Mom when she dies in her crib.
She lived for 14 months. She was a real kid. People knew her, people played with her, the family got to know her.
The news devastates the hospital staff that tried so hard to protect Catherine.
It was heartbreaking for everybody when they were unable to save her. And by that time, her death did trigger the first real investigation. Within hours, the investigators from the medical examiner's office were there to interview the Knows as if they were possible suspects.
But investigators can't find any sign of foul play, and no charges are filed. Catherine's death was put down to a tragic reality of the times.
No one had the slightest idea why kids died at that time. It was all speculation. The rules for how kids died were being changed like every week.
The following year, the unthinkable happens. Marie gives birth to baby number 10, Arthur Jr.
Obviously, everybody was scared to death by this point. They were under investigation. They didn't know how suspected they were by this point. And so again, the baby was kept in the hospital for a really long time, as long as they could.
Medical staff are shocked that Marie and Arthur only visit their son twice in the hospital.
It's no surprise to me that when Marie and Art's last child was hospitalized for 3 months, that Marie only visited twice. Marie never wanted to be a mother.
Only weeks after baby Arthur goes home, the cycle of near-death incidents begins.
The reasons why the babies were bleeding were getting sort of more and more ridiculous. The family had smothered the baby's face, and so she had to bring the baby in because that's why the baby wasn't bleeding. That's almost like a joke.
But Arthur's death is no laughing matter. He passes away on January 2nd, 1968.
Again, the minute he died, the medical examiner's office was again investigating this case.
But the investigation goes nowhere and is dropped. For 30 years, the deaths remain a mystery until journalist Stephen Freed hears of a very similar case of baby deaths that was proven to be murder. He starts digging into Marie's life.
When we were trying to convince people why this 30-year-old case should be reopened, the only explanation for it was that 8 kids had died without any justice.
The case is reopened, and in the 1990s, a lot more is known about the psychological makeup of mothers who
Cereal sweet ham made with 100% premium pork slices. Sarap every day.
to kill. Marie No fits their profile to a T.
She was a woman indicative of many of the traits of people that commit infanticide. Primitive, psychologically inept person who couldn't be a mother and decided to end the lives of her children. One death is horrible, a second death is suspicious, a third death is a crime. For all these deaths, the 8 were as a result of suffocation by Marie No.
There are probably several reasons why Marie didn't come under suspicion for murdering her children for a very long time. One of them is the last thing anyone wants to think is that a mother would kill their own innocent, defenseless baby.
So tell me, how did you do it? Walton?
I think so. I can't remember.
When prosecutors finally catch up with Marie, she is 70 years old. To everyone's surprise, she quickly confesses.
After she was confronted with the determination made by the medical examiner, she said, yes, I did commit these crimes.
Marie may have admitted the murders after getting away with it for so long, because They say confession is good for the soul.
50 years after the murder of her first child, Marie No is brought to justice, but she won't go to jail. She is sentenced to 5 years house arrest and 20 years probation on the condition she lets mental health experts examine her to learn more about infanticide. Her devoted husband, Arthur, still doesn't believe she's guilty.
He made it very clear that he never would have stayed with somebody for all that time if he had the slightest doubt.
I can understand that love is blind, but I also understand that for Art to really admit to himself that his wife murdered their children would have been an unbearable truth.
Eat this or I'll kill you.
These deadly women brought life into the world and then took it away. Teresa Riggi thought her children were possessions. Elise Laguna gave in to the voices in her head. And Marie No could make babies, but couldn't care for them. All 3 women destroyed the precious bond between mother and child. It was the murder of innocence. For some women, family isn't everything.
It takes motivation. It takes some planning. But most of all, it takes a lack of feeling.
Blood ties mean nothing.
She's just in the grip of this compulsive need to administer death.
Age is no barrier.
Wasn't there some option? Wasn't there some alternative to killing your own children?
Nor is love. The people that she killed were people that were close to her. These deadly women dispose of those closest to them, quietly killing with hearts of stone. New York City in the 1860s. Home to police officer Edward Struck, his wife Lydia, and their 6 children.
Struck was somebody who obviously was struggling to support this large brood.
They manage the best they can until a public scandal takes away their livelihood.
You said you had something to talk to me about.
I've lost my employment. Struck's career as a police officer came to a very abrupt end.
How did this happen? You said it was an impropriety. An impropriety? What?
He was accused of cowardice, and he was fired from the force.
I don't know. The shame is too much for Edward.
How are we going to eat?
he plunged into a depression and became increasingly really a kind of housebound invalid.
Who is going to feed us?
He started to become a heavy burden on the family.
A burden his wife Lydia does not wish to carry. She has a plan. A way Edward can help ease the load. His life insurance policy.
When Lydia, as a young adult, faced adversity, her solution was to kill him.
Edward's tea will have an extra ingredient today. Arsenic. Easily obtained in the 1860s.
Lydia had no trouble at all, just going to the local druggist and getting very, very, very large amount of arsenic.
This toxic drug is also simple to administer. But it is by no means a gentle death.
They look like they're in distress, and they are. The inner part of the stomach starts to slough away, and there is great irritation. There's bleeding. Then they get diarrhea, and then they start to get convulsions following that.
Edward Struck probably suffered more than Jack the Ripper's victims. Jack the Ripper murdered his victims very, very swiftly.
No one suspects foul play from a wife and mother.
This would have been a good way to cause a death, and to cause it unsuspectingly, because it could mimic consumption.
One death is not enough for Lydia. Now she has a hunger for more than money.
I think Lydia had developed a taste for murder.
And those closest to her are the most in danger. Children rely on their mother for nourishment. But tonight, Lydia is serving death. Lethal doses of arsenic.
Poisoning is a common method of homicide that we see women involved in. They can be close to the person, feed them food or get them a drink as if they care about them, when in fact they've just put a nail in their coffin.
Lydia starts with the most vulnerable.
Check my baby.
Her taste for murder has developed into an unhealthy appetite.
She enjoyed wielding the power of life or death over another person. even if that other person was her own innocent children.
Once Lydia starts killing, she can't stop.
She's become addicted to murder.
Her own children. It would have been easier and certainly more moral for her to simply give them up to an orphanage.
In Victorian times, it's believed the gentler sex is incapable of serial murders.
You're seeing somebody who's driven, by extremely deep and deranged and perverted sadistic impulses.
Lydia Sherman changes perceptions forever.
We don't know exactly what made Lydia tick. What we do know is that by the time she was a young adult, a young mother, very good view, she was a sociopath.
In less than 2 years, Lydia Sherman's entire family is dead without anyone suspecting murder.
One would think that would have been enough. She was free of her family. She was free to do anything she wanted now. But she chose to marry again.
New York City in 1871. The married widow, Lydia Sherman, marries again. Wealthy Connecticut farmer Dennis Hurlburt has no idea he's in love with a serial killer.
Male serial murderers tend to prey on strangers, whereas female serial murderers tend to prey on acquaintances and loved ones and family members, people they have some sort of intimate relationship with.
The happiness she displayed outwardly to the world about her new husband was completely false.
Just months into the marriage, Dennis is dead.
She married him for his money and planned to kill him all along.
Lydia inherits his substantial wealth. She has money and freedom, but it is not enough.
With serial murders, of course, is once they commit one murder, they sometimes develop this taste for it.
She is now addicted to killing.
Every time she got away with it, it bought her next murder.
Lydia has no trouble finding new victims. Next is widower Horatio Sherman.
Horatio Sherman is my
She enters his home as nanny to his 2 young children.
One of the most frightening aspects of these psychopathic killers is the extent to which they can simulate normal human reactions and behavior.
Horatio soon falls for Lydia's charm.
She then married her final husband, and the one who, gave her the name by which she is best known, Lydia Sherman.
But Lydia is not happy sharing the home with Horatio's children. She resorts to old,
bad habits. First, she kills little Frankie, then Ada.
For Lydia, killing took on a nature of its own. It became a method whereby she dealt with problems. Her solution wasn't to leave herself, it wasn't to talk things out, it was to kill them.
Her heartbroken husband turns to alcohol.
Just leave me be. Please go with that.
It is a fatal mistake.
There's no indication that Sherman ever felt any sort of twinge of guilt or remorse.
Sorry.
That actually is one of the defining characteristics of a psychopathic personality, is a complete absence of a conscience.
But this is the last time Lydia will enjoy the pleasure of killing. The family doctor orders an autopsy. Massive doses of arsenic are discovered. In 1872, Lydia is arrested and convicted of her husband's murder. The next year, she confesses to killing 3 husbands and 7 children. Lydia Sherman is sentenced to life in prison. The nation is stunned.
She was very, very notorious. There were ballads written about her. There were nursery rhymes sung about her. They made Lydia Sherman really into a kind of huge criminal celebrity.
The Queen of Poison introduces the world to the horrific concept of the female serial killer.
Thank goodness Lydia was caught and taken away from society, because I don't believe she ever would have stopped poisoning people. It was in her blood, so to speak. She liked it. She knew it was wrong, she did it anyway. And there's an endless supply of potential victims.
The birth of a baby is a happy occasion.
Everything seemed to be perfectly normal.
But this joyous event is marred by a strange tension.
There was something amiss in her makeup.
This new mother has prayed for a boy because in her mind, girls are not wanted.
The way she saw it, that child's presence was ruining her marriage.
The town of Brighton, Illinois, 1981. Young Paula Sims sets up house with her new husband, Rob. They seem like an average working class couple.
Of factory worker and his wife trying to get a piece of the American dream, buying a house, having a family, and it all sounded perfectly normal.
5 years later, there is a problem. It should be a happy occasion. The birth of their daughter, Lorelei. But Robert senses something wrong.
Paula was heard early after the delivery of Lorelei, in essence apologizing to Robert. There you go.
Paula has her heart set on a boy.
One boy.
There's no joy for this first-time mom.
She had a girl instead of a boy. This caused Paula to have serious postpartum depression accompanied by high anxiety. This is a clinical chemical imbalance that comes over them. Women that are clinically depressed, postpartum depression, should not be taking care of their babies alone.
Paula has a plan to regain her happiness. A plan that requires a heart of stone.
Even though Paula loved her baby girl, she saw only one answer to her problem. And it was to eliminate the source of the pain.
Tonight in the Sims house, bath time is going to be different. No girls allowed. In 1981, young mother Paula Sims is suffering postpartum depression. She can't cope and has an unthinkable solution.
Paula let her baby drown in the bathtub. She said that she thought about going back and stopping it, but then another part of them would say, no, this has to happen. She was apparently very, very conflicted about killing this child. Nevertheless, she did.
Paula takes her daughter's body out of the house and thinks up an alibi.
Paula Sims claimed that someone had come in to her house and she was asleep downstairs. The child was in a crib. The person came down the steps, grabbed the child, ran up the steps, and ran down the driveway and disappeared.
Illinois police criminal investigator Jim Bivens is on the scene within hours of the reported abduction.
She was remorseful, but it didn't look like, to me, a sincere, honest remorse, especially when a child was abducted from you.
But what's the motive for abducting a tiny baby?
No calls about a ransom or you did this to me, any revenge type involved in it. It got to the point with just the way things were, we figured we'd better start searching right at the house.
It didn't take long. Just 100 yards from the house they find the tiny remains of baby Lorelei. With no witnesses, no evidence, no arrest is made.
Shortly after the body was found, the Simses left the house and never returned, except to move their belongings after they sold the house.
The Sims moved to the city of Alton and start again. They soon have another child, a boy. Paula has what she wants. But then, another surprise pregnancy. They had agreed not to have any more children. And it's a girl. By the spring of 1989, the pressure of coping with 2 young children is too much for unstable Paula.
She was probably suffering from postpartum depression. And she was medicating herself with a lot of marijuana and alcohol. And nothing really worked, except to get rid of the little baby girl.
Tonight, there will be no bedtime stories in the Sims home.
It takes about 2 minutes to suffocate an infant that way. 2 minutes is a very long time to hold your hand across your daughter's mouth. That's just a horrible thing. Wasn't there some option? Wasn't there some alternative to killing your own children?
But for Paula, there is only one solution. And only one.
Oh no, man, I'll be like 6 and worried. Okay, it's OGB. Tom, snap, nigga. Now don't talk to the tape and Chris here. That is now in chat fucking.
One crazy alibi.
Especially when we told the scenarios to how the leveraging went down, and it was almost identical.
Hold on. Again, Paula blames an intruder.
The only difference that I remember, and she's supposed to got hit in the head.
Where are the kids?
This time, she claims a blow to the head knocks her out before her baby is abducted.
Where's Heather? You're missing it. No, she's not.
There was a lot of skepticism in the beginning. We tried to treat the case as much as a kidnapping as possible, but we never discounted the fact that the first case remained open.
4 days later, on the other side of Alton, Heather's body is found. There's something very strange about it.
The body was found to be in near perfect condition. No signs of decomposition. Almost as if she had just died.
A medical examination soon discovers why.
The body had been frozen over some extended period.
Paula has failed to fool police that her baby has been held captive for days. An everyday trash bag will be her downfall.
That trash bag that we recovered her body in turned out to be a key piece of evidence for us in terms of forensics. The FBI were able to match the perforations and the striations that run through the bag from the mill. I matched up those bags with a roll of curbside brand trash bags that was inside of Robert and Paula's home.
Faced with all the evidence, Paula Sims finally confesses to murdering both her daughters. In 1990, she is sentenced to life in prison without parole.
No one can ever understand why a mother would kill one of their children, let alone two.
Paula is not dangerous to the general population walking around, living their lives. Paula was only dangerous to her girl children.
Lumberton, North Carolina, 1970. A common household tragedy.
Thomas had been smoking in bed and started the fire by himself.
He burns to death in his own bed.
Everyone felt so badly for poor Velma. Her husband burned up in his fire.
38-year-old widow Velma Burke slowly recovers from her loss. But 3 years later, tragedy strikes her new partner.
Nobody understood what was wrong with him. He already did have health problems. His lungs were shot. He was diabetic. When he died, again, Velma was sympathetic with him.
Is Velma cursed? Everyone thinks so. Indeed, Velma has known suffering since she was young.
Velma had a dreadful childhood. Her father was an alcoholic. He was abusive. There was so much wrong. You knew she was going to come out of that childhood as damaged goods.
Like many abused children, Velma tries to mask the pain with drugs.
Velma started using prescription drugs and abusing prescription drugs.
She's soon an addict and doctor shops to get prescriptions.
Velma had a lot of emotional problems and wasn't getting the psychiatric help that she needed.
Without professional help, her addiction gets worse. And Velma becomes desperate for money.
Eventually, Velma got into the same problem many addicts do. She needed to steal to get money to pay for her habit.
Yes, Mom? There's a check missing out of my checkbook. I think you probably just forgotten it.
She starts stealing from her mother.
No, Velma.
Velma was addicted to drugs. Drugs that would cause her to have wild mood swings. And Velma was a thief.
I'm going to the back. I really don't get that.
It was a very, very dangerous combination.
Velma is a desperate addict who has developed a unique coping mechanism. Murder.
She needed money, she didn't want to get caught. She needed the money to medicate because of the pain that she had. The whole thing became a vicious cycle for her.
The weapon of choice is arsenic.
Poisoning became a way of trying to deal with a problem that she didn't know how else to deal with.
With arsenic, it's very simple to try to process out. You just give them not quite enough until it all accumulates in your system and they get sicker and sicker and die. No one suspects Velma. Because arsenic symptoms mimic normal ailments of the elderly. Velma doesn't get caught for murder, but she does for check fraud. After a short jail term in 1975, she's free to start again. She got a job caring for an elderly man. And his wife was a bit younger than he was, but she had her health problems too. But Velma also restarts her drug habit. She needs money. And she's living with easy targets.
Anyone around her that made her angry or frustrated or threatened her existence, her freedom of revealing that she was a thief, was in danger of Velma's wrath.
Within a year, Montgomery Edwards is dead. One month later, Dolly also dies.
Murder became a maladaptive behavior for Velma. But it worked. And every time she did it, she got away with it for years.
Velma's circle of death is far from over. In the 1970s, in Lumberton, North Carolina, the people close to Velma Barfield keep turning up dead. Unsuspecting family believe Velma is cursed. But in truth,
She's addicted to prescription drugs, and to buy them, she kills. In 1977, Velma meets Stuart Taylor.
He was, by all accounts,
Para sa pusong kumakayod, para sa pusong breadwinner, at agang Del Ponte heart smart.
all accounts, a nice young man. They had a good relationship initially. It wasn't long before Velma moved in with Stuart and they were living together.
Stuart has no idea who the real Velma is. When he finds a letter from a prison inmate to his girlfriend, he's shocked.
Hey, you never told me about this. You never told me you were in prison. Why did you secret? You didn't tell me these things.
He was outraged. She did not tell him about her imprisonment.
I'm not gonna tell everybody about you and your secrets.
He threatened to expose her, as it were, to other people. That was a triggering event for this sort of flood of Velma's life history crashing down on her.
When Velma is stressed, her prescription drugs are not enough. She needs to end the source of her pain.
She was frightened, and she fell back into her old habits. Rather than leave, she did what she'd always done when she got into a jam or frustrated. She murdered.
But this is one stress release too many. This time, family don't pity Velma. They accuse her. An autopsy of her fourth victim confirms suspicions.
They found the effects of arsenic in his internal organs, and they knew how he had died. That was the beginning of the end for Velma Barfield.
Faced with a watertight murder charge and the prospect of more to come, an interesting thing happens. Velma Barfield confesses to not 4 murders, but 6. Her first husband, Thomas Burke, didn't leave his cigarette burning. Velma set him on fire. And her frail second husband, another poison victim. The surprises don't stop there. Sentenced to death, Velma is locked away from the prescription drugs that fueled her killing. She becomes the angel of death row.
The people in the prison found that she was a really good counselor for disturbed young women. And they would often put the most disturbed young women in cells next to Velma, knowing that she would soothe them.
Could Velma ever make up for the 6 lives she took? only she knows. On November 2nd, 1984, Velma Barfield is executed by lethal injection.
She could have become a teacher, a counselor, a pastor. She could have spent her life doing good works instead of hurting people.
These deadly women murdered those closest to them. Lydia Sherman disposed of 10 of her family, including her own children. Paula Sims quietly murdered her unwanted baby girls. And for Velma Barfield, killing became a way to relieve stress. All three killed loved ones with careful planning and hearts of stone. When a woman thinks her feelings are all that count, she doesn't care who suffers.
There's always somebody out there that wants to hurt someone.
A rowdy teen turns into a callous thug.
There's no other way to describe this but as a hate crime.
A mother doesn't care about other people's children.
She distracted him and then hit him over the head with a hammer.
And a young woman wants to be her friend. Literally.
It was an attempt to turn fantasy into reality.
These deadly women killed people who did them no harm. They are heartless souls. Teenagers love to connect.
To them, everything was a game.
Social networking means sharing everything.
They were almost reveling what they were doing.
Good and bad.
They didn't seem to register, but actually, they were killing someone.
London, 2008. There's trouble brewing in a middle-class suburb of England's capital city. Ruby Thomas is only 16, but is living like an adult.
She had ectopic pregnancy. She was a binge drinker, and it wasn't a great way to start your teenage years.
Ruby, you need to turn that music down.
Her single mom tries to keep Ruby on the straight and narrow.
Ruby's mother was by all accounts a hard-working and caring mother.
You are drinking. No.
Her mom saved and scrimped in order to get her to go into a privately funded school. I think it was something like £16,000 a year.
You young lady are absolutely unbelievable. Where's the door?
Ruby is smart and excels in class.
Ruby appeared to be a bright student. She was good at maths and certain other subjects.
But good grades don't make up for her out-of-class behavior.
She was someone that broke the rules. She was wearing makeup at this school where that was against the policy. She reveled in having a reputation for being a hellraiser.
Ruby wants to be the tough girl.
She was very nasty to a lot of young girls and would call some of them ugly and make them cry.
I think she hated anyone that was perceived to be different. She clearly felt that she could just belittle them, bully them, intimidate them.
Ruby was always angry, always looking for a fight. She seemed to try to get herself kicked out. And eventually she was expelled from that school.
Ruby's belligerent behavior worsens.
By the age of 15, Ruby had a criminal record for drunken and loutish behavior.
Drinking transforms Ruby, the loudmouth, into something more sinister.
And when she consumed alcohol, she became incredibly violent. There was a lot of anger inside her. And it would all come out and explode when she began drinking alcohol.
You know what? Get that grandpa.
She was very aggressive. If you were seen in trouble, she probably would have started it, particularly when she was drunk.
In 2007, Ruby is convicted of a vicious assault on a bus driver. Being a violent drunk is following in her father's footsteps. 6 years earlier, 11-year-old Ruby idolizes her father until the day he doesn't come home.
When Ruby was only 11, her father went to prison for killing him. He stabbed a taxi cab driver 28 times.
Learning her father is a killer changes everything for Ruby.
I think the moment that her dad went to prison, you could see that family life was just falling apart.
Seeing her father incarcerated for murder might have told her, this is your lot as well. You are his daughter. It was like she couldn't wait to be just like her father.
At an age when most teenagers are thinking about their future, Ruby is caught in her past. With her anger and alcoholism growing, she is a ticking time bomb.
All these traumas and problems that were occurring to Ruby culminated in one appalling incident.
Somewhere, sometime, someone will pay.
She was looking for trouble. She wanted to hurt someone.
A loving mother and a private school education can't tame English teenager Ruby Thomas after her father is convicted of murder. Ruby's life spirals out of control.
Inside, she found it very hard, I think, to deal with the fact that her father wasn't around. But in terms of her exterior, she was someone that just didn't give a damn, really, in terms of what other people thought about her.
Trafalgar Square, a landmark meeting place for Londoners and tourists. On September 25th, 2009, Ruby is there with two friends, 18-year-old Joel Alexander and 17-year-old Rachel Burke.
They formed what one could really describe as a mini gang.
Ruby starts harassing passers-by for sport.
I don't know whether she was proving something to her friends or proving something to herself. Nevertheless, that night, someone was gonna get hurt really bad. Also out on the town is 62-year-old Ian Bonham.
He was gay and openly so. Had been for some years. Because of his age, he spent a lot of time hiding his homosexuality, but it's a reflection of the way society has changed in recent years, that he felt confident enough to come out.
Ian is a strong advocate for equal.
Ouch! Nabiyan alcohol. Ang dahilan wala alcohol, kaya wala kami sa sugat. Memorized triple K power, cleans, disinfects, protects, treats, 4 steps in 1. Definitely.
For equal rights.
If he saw what he deemed to be an injustice, he would walk in and try and solve the problem. He was well known for this. He wasn't afraid to speak his mind, and he wasn't afraid to challenge people to leave.
But Ian's gay pride isn't welcome tonight. Ian and his friend end up in Trafalgar Square.
Minding their own business, and suddenly Ruby shouts expletives at them after she sees them holding hands. Ian is outraged by Ruby's homophobic comments and challenges her, quite rightly, to find out why she feels so much anger towards him.
Oh, you didn't like that?
Ian had no idea who he was dealing with. Ruby was ready to explode, ready to let it go. And Ian, in her mind, provided her with that opportunity. He stood up to her, so he would have to pay.
Vicious verbal altercation followed between Ruby and Ian. And when that ended, Ruby then splashed out at him with her handbag.
Her friend quickly joins in.
Punch which got out on the 3 at Ian as he knocked him to the ground, and blood started pouring out of his head.
Ian is immediately unconscious. But the teens don't walk away. They sink the boot into their defenseless victims.
They were still punching and kicking his body so much so that his head was swinging from side to side. It seemed like a scene from a horror film, really. They were almost reveling in what they were doing.
Both girls were laughing, smiling, shouting obscenity, like a scene out of Clockwork Orange.
They are fatal blows. If the gang has any remorse, they don't show it.
The girls were later spotted giggling and dancing as they entered a nearby elevator as if they didn't have a care in the world.
To them, everything was a game. Attacking someone, causing them to have fatal injuries, it was just something that they would do, and they didn't even seem to register how far they had gone.
Their brazen attack in a landmark tourist attraction means there are witnesses. To make the police's job even easier, the teens brag on social media.
One of their friends actually went to the police to tell them about what they'd done.
Despite their pleas of innocence, the evidence against them is overwhelming. In January 2011, Rachel Burke, guilty of assault, sentenced to 2 years. Joel Alexander, who threw the punch, guilty of manslaughter, and sentenced to 6 years. Ringleader
Ruby Thomas, guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to 7 years. Her charge officially labeled a hate crime.
There's no other way to describe this but as a hate crime. These two men were attacked viciously because they were gay.
But homophobia isn't Ruby's real problem. Anger and alcohol are, just like her daddy.
Make no mistake about it, Ruby is a violent psychopath. Ian had no idea he was dealing with a ticking time bomb. This is really a cautionary tale. You never know what's going on in the head and the heart of a stranger on the corner. Be cautious.
On December 2nd, 1978, in a quiet community in Santa Barbara, something happens that strikes fear into every parent's heart. A missing child.
It was on a Saturday, which was typically a busy day for us at the market.
Yolanda Magana remembers the day well. As a 12-year-old in her family's grocery store.
Mama wanted to go shopping because Christmas was around the corner. And Dad said, sure, you can go ahead and leave. I'll take over the register. You know, you taking the kids with you? And she said, sure, I'll take the kids with me.
But when they are leaving, Yolanda can't find her 7-year-old brother, Javier.
We weren't sure if my dad didn't hear that we said he wasn't with us or if we just left.
Both parents think the little boy is with the other. He's not. He's left alone to play. When Yolanda and her mother return, they discover he's missing.
I remember going out to look for him. And I went to check with his playmate. And he had told me, you know, that he hadn't seen him ever since he had gone across the way into Julia's apartment.
Javier was last seen walking into the apartment of local babysitter, 22-year-old Julia Diaz. A new but trusted member of the community.
Being we were familiar with this apartment, I didn't hesitate to knock on the door and ask, you know, if my brother was there.
Javier isn't there, but Yolanda recalls something strange about Julia's behavior.
She's just gotten out of the shower and she's looking at me through the bathroom mirror. Her hair is up in a towel. I turned around to walk away and she walked up behind me and put her hand on me, saying, you know, well, wait a minute, don't leave.
Yolanda is much closer to her brother than she thinks. Julia, a Mexican immigrant, has a troubled and violent past.
She, like many other immigrants that come to California, was trying to make money and send money home and support her family. She had a child who was left back in Mexico with her mother to raise, which is not terribly uncommon.
Making money is not easy. Her first job as a hotel chambermaid doesn't last.
What is taking you so long? Please. You're smoking. Don't you dare push me.
She's fired for a vicious temper.
You're fired.
And she had a physical altercation with a coworker, pulled some scissors out.
In Santa Barbara, she lands some work babysitting.
Hola, everything okay? Yes. Okay. Should be able to get a seat.
The migrant community reaches out and welcomes her. But they have no idea who they are dealing with.
I'll give you a couple of minutes. Okay?
Her young life was very spotty. She was in some trouble. She had some mental health issues. She was committed somewhere around the age of 14 or 15 years old.
No one suspects Julia is anything but a quiet neighbor. Someone else to look out for the kids.
Next door to the market, there was a duplex, and she lived in the rear apartment of the duplex. We were the only kids in the neighborhood besides another family, so there was 4 of us that would run around together. And the neighbors always kept an eye on us.
When Julia watches the children, she's not looking out for them. She's plotting. 5 days before Javier goes missing, Julia is behind an unthinkable act.
This was a very cowardly and terrible act that she performed.
While babysitting a neighborhood girl, instead of caring for her, Julia brutally attacks the child.
She hit her with some kind of an object, something heavy, hit her pretty hard, whereby she was stunned and was bleeding. And then, after the attack, she ran out saying, "There's been an attack, called the police."
The little girl did not see who hit her.
In the following days, Julia pretends to find letters that threaten the girl's family.
Julia Diaz, in her mind at the time, thought that she could extort money from the family since they were now in a state of terror around the attack.
They said something like, "If you don't give me the money, worse things will happen."
Julia wants big money. The extortion notes ask for $10,000.
Pretty much all Julia has ever known is violence with other humans. Julia never learned to live peacefully with other people, picking fights and stealing. That's how she survived.
The family isn't rich and don't have anything close to $10,000. After 5 days without a payment, Julia decides to show she's serious. This time, 7-year-old Javier is in her sights.
I don't know exactly what she said to catch his attention and to have him go into the apartment, but it had to be something he was familiar with if he went so willingly.
Javier walks into a trap. Santa Barbara, 1978. 22-year-old babysitter Julia Diaz is trying to extort money from families by threatening their children. She attacks a girl 5 days earlier, but no one has paid up. Now she raises the stakes. Julia sets her sights on another family and lures 7-year-old Javier Angel into her home.
It is suspected that once the little boy was missing, she was going to follow up with another note saying, "I told you I wanted money, you didn't give it to me, now your child is missing. Give me the money and I'll return it."
Javier is not going home.
She invited him in and then hit him over the head with a hammer.
After that, she strangled him with some form of rope or twine or something.
She put a garbage bag over him, tied it, and put another garbage
peg over him. He wasn't dead when he was put in the bags.
Javier survives the blow and the strangling, but can't survive suffocation.
He would have died within a matter of a minute, maybe, without air, without oxygen. A child that young would just, he wouldn't have lasted very long.
Julia Diaz is a violent, evil person. Anyone that would do something against a child is not a good person.
When Javier's sister Yolanda comes looking for him that afternoon, she has no idea she's talking to her brother's killer.
What possibly could my brother have ever done to deserve something like that? Nobody deserves that.
Music super drops extra strong.
¿Qué posible? Extra posible? Pure food's ready to eat. Just heat can't eat. Pork chunks in savory sweet sauce. Pure food's ready to eat. Easy take to home.
While the search for Javier is underway, the killer makes an eerie appearance at the family store.
Julia went into the market and asked her victim's parents if they could sell her something to wash the blood out of her clothes.
Hello? I mean, she was like a psychopath. She had no feeling. Kill a child and ask her parents, how do you get blood from a child off my pants? Jeez.
She was either being stupid or sadistic. Or maybe something in between.
Whatever Julia is thinking, she has no time for her next move. Police already have her in their sights. Sadly, they are too late for Javier.
Well, the unfortunate thing about this case is she was suspected as the person who had sent the notes, and the police were going to arrest her in the early afternoon before the homicide. Unfortunately, they were called out on a stakeout. Had they not been on the stakeout, they would have been taken in earlier and this homicide would have occurred.
So, who are the letters?
Once in custody, Julia inadvertently gives herself away.
Was it you? No! And you had nothing to do with Javier's death.
She said, I never hit that boy.
Then how do you know the boy got hit?
Now, a person not knowing anything about what happened wouldn't say, I didn't hit the boy. It's like saying I didn't stab the person. How would you know he was stabbed?
Javier is soon found under Julia's bed, his little body still warm.
Feeling his warm body and knowing that he was likely still alive when he was stuffed in those bags. He had been found with pieces of her hair in his hands, which would suggest that he did try to ward her off, fight her off, and was defensive in the attack.
Yolanda remembers the day she learns the horrible truth.
As I walked down the main aisle of the market, I could hear my mom and dad, but I could hear them like wailing and crying. I looked at everyone and I said, where's my brother at? So it seems like, he's been found. And no one would say anything.
In July 1979, Julia Diaz is convicted of first-degree murder. She is sentenced to life in prison. In 2011, Julia is denied parole for another 15 years.
I will do everything I can to keep her in prison until the day she dies. And I will make sure this gets taken care of until the day I die. How could someone that's a mother herself have done something to a little boy that was almost the same age as hers? No one's ever been able to figure her out.
Julia's intentions remain a mystery, but money seems to be her primary motive.
Maybe she felt she deserved better than she had in life, and maybe monetarily she could get that, but why take it out on two children?
The most important thing in Julia's life is Julia. She feels nothing for what she did to that little boy. I don't think any children were safe when Julia was around. End of story.
Some girls grow up fantasizing about looking and acting like someone else.
She was slim, she was beautiful, she was a dancer.
But what if it becomes a reality? In Melbourne, Australia, during the 1990s, 19-year-old Caroline Reed Robertson is suffering from low self-esteem. Although teenage angst isn't uncommon, for Caroline, it proves a huge burden.
She had been sad and lonely and miserable most of her life.
At times, she wishes she had never been born.
What is wrong with you?
It seems that she really hated herself, everything about herself.
She described herself as being ugly, fat, and a misfit. And hated and lonely, no friends.
Deeply unhappy, Caroline fills diaries with self-loathing.
It's not unusual for teenage girls to doodle, to make lists about themselves, what they want in life. But they usually grow out of it by the time they're 14, 15. That didn't happen for Caroline. She was making lists when she was 20. Everything with Caroline went to the extreme.
But life takes a fresh turn when the Barber family moves in next door. 3 daughters, all with artistic pursuits. Caroline gets to babysit the talented children.
Just call me on this number today. Alright, I'll be back at 5, okay?
To an outsider like Caroline, this loving, creative, beautiful family was, to all intents and purposes, the perfect family.
Alright.
Caroline takes a special interest in 13-year-old promising ballet dancer, Rachel.
She became, for some strange reason, obsessed with Rachel.
That's it. That's really good. So now you have the left one just over there. Good. You understand? Sure. Yeah.
As if they were best friends, but they weren't. She was simply Rachel's babysitter.
In Caroline's eyes, Rachel is perfection.
In 1997, Caroline asked to take some photographs of Rachel, allegedly for a school project that she was doing.
It wasn't a school assignment. It was about Caroline feeding her obsession about Rachel. She was quite mesmerized by her and really had her up on a pedestal. Rachel could do nothing wrong and be nothing wrong.
In contrast, Caroline's old friends have always teased her. About her desire to be a dancer, like Rachel.
She seemed to have been the object of amusement of her friends, so when she would make a suggestion, I want to be an actress or a dancer or something, that would be met with laughter and derision, which made her even more unhappy and lonely.
Caroline wants to leave her old world and live in a new one. Rachel's world.
She was, in a nutshell, everything that Caroline wished that she was herself.
She certainly became fixated on Rachel, and at some point in time, interest became something more than that. Most of the waking hours were devoted to thinking about Rachel.
For 2 years, Caroline's fixation grows.
One thing that Caroline did was apply for Rachel's birth certificate, a thing that's usually done if you plan to assume someone's identity.
She doesn't just want to be like Rachel. Caroline plans to be Rachel.
She really wanted to morph into Rachel. She wanted a do-over.
Melbourne, Australia, 1999. 21-year-old Caroline Reed Robertson is obsessed with a young friend. 15-year-old Rachel Barber.
Caroline saw in Rachel things that she didn't have herself and wanted. Some would call that a fixation. I call it jealousy.
Caroline wants a new life. Rachel's. In her mind, taking it is the only way to achieve her goals.
It was an attempt to turn fantasy into reality.
Her plan is simple. As a trusted family friend, Caroline has
Bucky is all you need. She doesn't even smile and share happiness with Bucky.
Caroline has no trouble coercing the teenager into a trap.
Rachel, it's Caroline.
Hi, Caroline.
The ruse was going to be used that she had obtained some job for her, which was going to pay her a fair bit of money, which for a young girl of 15 was very attractive.
The pay's real good.
Really? Yeah, that sounds great.
Caroline asks her to keep it a secret from her parents
I'll come to my place tomorrow.
and invites Rachel to her apartment to meet her new employer.
Oh, no doubt at all that Rachel had no idea what was coming.
On March 1st, the stage is set. At school, Rachel is excited.
Rachel was boasting to a couple of her friends at dance class that she had scored some kind of opportunity to make a lot of money.
Rachel makes her way to what she thinks is a golden opportunity.
She was a sensible, grown-up 15-year-old. Her parents allowed her to travel on training. They trusted her to be responsible, to be sensible, and in turn she was exactly that sort of person.
But Caroline's house is the most dangerous place Rachel can be.
Went back to the apartment, know that Caroline bought some food, some pizza. A friend, trusted person, noble person, inviting her to something fairly innocuous.
Caroline methodically follows her plan.
Caroline strangled Rachel with a cord, using her own hands. It takes approximately 4 minutes for a strong person to kill someone by strangulation. That's how long Caroline tightened the cord on Rachel's neck.
Caroline wants to be born again as the new Rachel. But it's a plan that was never going to work.
The most shocking part of the crime surrounds its utter futility. The notion that she could assume a new identity after carrying out such a murder is ludicrous.
There was no way that Caroline was ever going to look like Rachel.
By removing the life force from Rachel, Caroline can't keep it for herself. It's gone.
There's obviously some little glitch in Caroline's mind that just didn't think the logic of it through to its natural ending.
The only transformation is that Caroline is now a killer.
Caroline bundled her body into a wardrobe, still with the cable around her neck, and left her there for 2 days. At some time, Caroline wrapped Rachel's body in some blankets from her own flat, bundled them into a vehicle, and drove them to her father's property, where she buried Rachel in a shallow grave.
But her secret doesn't last very long. Caroline is the last person seen with Rachel and is top of the police's interview list. She is surprisingly frank.
Caroline admitted to what she had done and told police where she had buried the body.
Caroline Reed Robertson is convicted of murder on November 29, 2000.
She received a sentence of 20 years in jail. The judge ordered that she serve a minimum of 14 and a half years before being eligible to be considered for parole.
With time already spent in custody, Caroline is up for parole in late 2013. Some believe the murder was an act of insanity, but the court doesn't agree.
Well, the plea of guilty is an acknowledgement of not only the act of killing, but it's also to possess the necessary mental element, there's an intention to kill.
For others, it was a simple human failing.
Some psychiatrists would look at this murder and say that Caroline was overwhelmed by a deep-seated need to shed her own skin and become someone else. I say she was motivated out of jealousy, pure and simple.
In prison, Caroline gets another life, but nothing like the one she so desperately admired. Rachel is gone forever, taken from her devastated family.
The whole event just seems so pointless and sad from everybody's perspective. Rachel is dead. Caroline's life has been ruined. One doesn't know what the future will hold for her when if she comes out of her jail. It's just an all-round tragedy.
These deadly women brutally stole lives for their own satisfaction. Ruby Thomas fostered a love of hate and killed a stranger. Julia Diaz stole an innocent life for greed. And Caroline Reed Robertson thought murder would make her a new person. Their hatred destroyed innocent lives because they were heartless souls. Sometimes the happiest day of a bride's life
Stay away from me.
is when the groom is dead. A Christian mom gives a helping hand for murder.
I want him dead.
She was offering $5,000 to $15,000.
I sat my hand down.
A policeman's wife takes the law into her own hands.
Domestic violence frequently ends in death.
And a military bride does anything to escape divorce.
God help the next man who has a relationship with her.
These deadly women write their own wedding vows. They promise from this day forward to have and to kill. Memphis, Tennessee, 1985.
Help me see with your eyes.
Sundays are a day of worship for the Owens family. Morning and night, they go to church. 32-year-old Gail is in the choir.
She did appear to be a perfect mother. I mean, she sang in the church. She took care of 2 sons.
Her 37-year-old husband, Ron, is a respected member of the congregation.
Ron Owens was very active in church as well. He would stay after church on Sunday to coach basketball.
Their 2 sons love helping Dad.
Well, that was beautiful, ladies. Congratulations. So ready before I was coming.
Her and her husband had essentially the image of a perfect relationship.
Just make sure you're not late for dinner, right?
Gail looked like a devoted wife and mother. Took care of her family, involved with the church.
The Christian mom is often on missions in some of Memphis's poorest and toughest areas.
A suburban mother driving around some of the meanest streets of Memphis. She stuck out like a sore thumb.
Is predominantly black, and she's a white lady in a fancy car.
Gail is handing out cash to the poor.
She was offering thousands of dollars.
Hey. Her nickname in the neighborhood became Big Money.
But her generosity is causing her family to go broke.
Bills started coming back unpaid.
Gail wasn't paying the bills, she was hiding them, debts were piling up.
Finished for the day?
Yes, I have.
Well, you have a lovely evening.
Ron has no idea what his wife's up to.
It's not the first time she's kept a secret. For a number of years, Gail embezzled money from her employers. And not just the petty cash.
She embezzled somewhere around $60,000.
Gail's excuse for this was saying that it would ease financial pressure on her husband. In fact, it made financial pressure exist where it hadn't been there before.
Ron only finds out about his wife's thieving ways
What's going on, Gabe?
It'll be all right, Ron.
when Gail's arrested. She's convicted of 35 counts of forgery.
Not only did she have to pay back the money, she was fined. Now the family was under financial strain.
Ron mortgages the house and uses their savings to pay Gail's debt to society.
Mommy!
After serving 60 days in jail, Gail comes home to a frosty welcome.
I'm going out.
Come on now, sleep all down, okay?
There are questions about how much friction the embezzlement case and other debts add on the relationship.
Publicly, Ron stands by his wife. Privately, the hospital nursing administrator is mortified by Gail's crimes.
That ended up being a serious problem for the couple. He was angry, he was ashamed.
But Ron has a shameful secret of his own.
Ron had been having an affair with a woman at work.
Despite Edward's appearance as being a very happy couple, there were secrets. Her husband had been having an affair, we're told, with somebody at work.
The affair isn't as secret as Ron thinks. Gail is on to them. She follows her husband to work.
Gail realized that her husband was having an affair and confronted him about it.
Ready yourself?
She actually caught him with his mistress in a parking lot.
How dare you?
Furious at his betrayal, Gail won't turn the other cheek.
She wanted to confront him, and she's alleged that he slapped her.
You monster!
They actually may have been headed to divorce because of this and other issues.
Gail fears divorce will cost her more than a husband. She'll lose her meal ticket. And because she's a jailbird, custody of her 2 sons.
I would say things were about as bad as they could get in the Owens household, but I'd be wrong. They were about to get a lot worse. She became desperate.
Almost.
Mug Energen every day. Great carbs, protein, fiber, vitamins, minerals, and milk. So filling, so good. Sarap. Gawin ko beto ang breakfast with Energen every day. 10 pesos lang.
On the surface, Ron and Gail Owens appear to have the perfect relationship. Living in the middle-class city of Bartlett, Memphis. Until tragedy. Ron is the victim of a brutal home invasion.
Robbery seemed like it was a plausible motive in that he didn't seem to have any enemies at the time. He was well liked in the community and active, so There's no reason to think that anybody would have wanted him to be murdered.
The attack stuns the community. Violent crime is rare here.
This murder happened. It was the second murder that they know of being recorded.
Nothing is stolen, and Ron has no known enemies. It's a baffling case. Until police get a call from the other side of town.
A few days later, a man named George James came forward. He said that Gail Owens had offered him money to kill her husband.
George tells them a crazy tale of a white woman armed with cash, trolling the mean streets of Memphis, looking for a hitman.
She drove around for months, in fact, approaching groups of young men.
Gail thinks the right cash can turn any stranger
I want him dead.
into a killer.
How much?
5,000.
I'm gonna need some money. I'm gonna need some money up front.
There were several men who ostensibly took her up on the offer, but essentially scammed her. She was offering thousands of dollars, and there were people who said sure, and then she never heard from them again.
She was a laughingstock. They took her money though.
Gail is conned out of thousands of dollars, but she doesn't give up.
She ran out of money, but that didn't deter her. She was bound and determined to find someone to kill her husband, and eventually she did.
This is the house.
42-year-old Sydney Porterfield is willing to murder now and be paid later.
When do I get paid?
When his life insurance comes through.
How much?
He had quite a background in criminal history, and assaults and other things.
Ron's death will make Gail a wealthy widow.
Gail Owens stood to gain $115,000 from Ron Owens' life insurance policy.
February 17th, 1985. Like every other Sunday, the Owens family go to church.
No, not tonight.
Why
But
not?
after the service, Gail changes their routine.
Come on, Gail.
The two boys always like to watch Ron play basketball. And that particular night, she wouldn't let them watch and let them go with her to her sister's house.
Tonight, she wants Ron home alone to greet her paid guest.
So that night, Ron parked his car in the driveway, walked into the house, was attacked from behind by Sydney Porterfield.
Ron is ambushed with a tire iron.
It was probably 26 plus blows to the back of his head. It was hit so hard, it appeared that you could have taken a small hand axe and hit somebody in the back of the head. That's how split open it was.
Incredibly, Ron clings to life. When Gail and her two sons return home later that night, she lets the 11-year-old lead the way.
She had her son go into the house. Of course, he found his dad in the floor. That's when the police were called.
Ron actually lingered for a few hours before actually dying in the hospital.
I'm not sure which is worse, having her husband killed or allowing one of her children to find his father's body.
After months of planning, Gail is finally a wealthy widow. But her celebrations are short-lived.
I Dennis.
One of her would-be hitmen is telling all.
When he told us that she had tried to hire him, he had even called her and he told her that she didn't give him some money, he was one of the market police.
George plays the lead in Sting.
Look, you don't need to know anything else.
When Gale gives him money for his silence, every word is caught on tape.
Actually, look, it's been a bad 15 years, okay?
The game's up, and she knows it.
Well, she confessed to having pain and having murdered. There was no emotion during her statement from what I understand.
This is none of your business.
Gale claims the day Ron slapped her sealed his fate.
You monster!
She said that that incident is what led her to take to the streets of Memphis and look for somebody to kill her husband.
Gale gives up Sidney Porterfield. He's convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. In 1986, Gale Owens is convicted of accessory to first-degree murder. She, too, is sentenced to death.
Gail underestimated everyone.
5,000.
I think she really believed that anyone in the black community would be happy to take her money and kill and keep their mouth shut, and she was completely wrong.
After 26 years on death row, Gale's sentence is commuted to life. In 2011, she is granted parole. To the surprise of many, waiting outside the prison is her son.
At some point, Stephen decided that he couldn't hold on to this anger anymore, and that he needed to forgive her. To this day, they're nearly inseparable.
I don't think society needs to be very nervous about Gail Owens living among them. Most people serving time in prison for murder had one specific person they wanted to kill, and they did it for what they believed was one important reason. Gail falls into that category.
Who is she? I want to know who she is.
There's nobody.
Is there a name? Tell me who she is.
Every home has secrets.
People around them started seeing these cracks falling down on clothes.
Some about everyday life.
They argued a lot about Kim's spending.
Others are unthinkable.
Stay away from me.
I wish she'd left and taken the kids at that point.
Calexico takes its name from its location, the border of California and Mexico.
It's a rural area, extremely impoverished. The population is predominantly Hispanic.
In 2006, new residents come to town, the Cano family. 37-year-old Kim convinces her husband Frank to leave Los Angeles for the desert life. They move to the upscale side of town.
They purchased a 5-bedroom home in a brand new subdivision.
The couple is raising 4 children. They're 3, and Kim's teenage daughter from her first marriage.
Frank basically was just best husband. He would just go to work, come home, dedicate his time to his kids and his wife.
But people around her started seeing these cracks.
I've got chores for you.
Yes, boss. Everybody had to do what she said to better population.
Frank lets her run the house. But one thing he won't give up is the job he loves as a California Highway Patrol officer, even though that means
a 400-mile round trip to and from work.
Kim insisted that they move 3 hours away from where Frank worked. I don't know what she was thinking.
It's a sacrifice Frank makes to keep Kim happy.
It made it really rough on Frank. Now he had to work a night shift and swing shift, and it really messed up his sleeping habits.
Frank gave her everything within his power to give. A home, beautiful children, amenities, love, affection.
Is that perfect?
But Kim suspects his true affection lies elsewhere.
She suspected Francisco was possibly having an extramarital affair in Los Angeles.
Frank denies cheating, but admits he has a close female friend at work.
She accused Frank of having an affair. He said, no, she's just a friend, and that Frank was a very friendly guy. But from that point on, Kim was very suspicious about it.
There is another problem in the home. Kim's spending.
What's this?
$500 on clothes, $200 on a
I
purse.
needed that. Frank had a pretty good salary insofar as being a trooper. Was never enough for Kim. But I think if Frank had made $1 million a minute, it wouldn't have been enough for Kim.
This has got to stop.
During the course of those arguments, their children actually saw her physically lash out against him.
Frank keeps the abuse a secret. Kim doesn't.
Kim said that Frank was verbally and physically abusing her.
Kim.
Stay away from me.
Everyone that knew Frank described him as a great guy. Kim described him as an alcoholic and abusive. I think Kim saw every man that way.
Calexico, Southern California. Highway Patrol Officer Frank Kano is always exhausted from long shifts, miles of travel, and arguments at home. Now his wife Kim is out to smear him.
I need you to come over.
She calls his work supervisor.
Frank was painting the bedroom. She said he was doing a sloppy job. She said, Frank's been drinking, he's been yelling at me, he's made a mess here.
I don't know what Kim was thinking, because if a law enforcement officer is convicted of domestic abuse, they cannot carry a gun. If they cannot carry a gun, they cannot be a law enforcement officer. I don't know what Kim thought was going to happen to that paycheck.
See, he's a mess.
Hey, buddy.
When Kim left, the supervisor said, Frank, maybe you better get marriage counseling.
They never get a chance to visit a counselor. Just days later, on December
Pagkulat sa fiber, kawawa ang tiyan. Kaya every day, drink them with the fiber enriched with 4 grams added fiber to aid in digestion. Drink fiber daily for a cleansed tummy.
December 4th, 2006. Frank is dead. the victim of a terrible accident. Kim says it should be her lying dead. She was about to end her own life when Frank tried to stop her.
Now, Kim says she's so fed up, she's scattered. She's going to get that gun and commit suicide. Frank comes into the room.
Stay away from me!
Kim says she's frightened. She says he's angry. She aims the gun up at the ceiling, she says, closes her eyes and takes a shot. It hits Frank in the eye and kills him.
Detective Julio Diaz starts investigating Kim's story and finds the couple has been constantly fighting, or at least one of them has.
Kim could fly off the handle at times. She had kind of a short fuse.
Stay away from me!
At family get-togethers, Kim would launch into uncontrollable attacks against Francisco.
Stay away from me!
She threatened to stab him with a kitchen knife in the middle of an argument in front of their older daughter.
I want to know who she is.
There's
Nobody is there, and you tell me who she is.
Their children tell a tale of spousal abuse by Kim.
Well, why don't I just shoot you then? Go ahead and do it. See what happens.
She remembers Kim telling Frank, well, how about if I just shoot you? And he said, well, go ahead and do it and see what happens.
Detective Diaz starts to realize that Kano's lives aren't exactly how Kim portrays them. And then there's her story of the shooting.
Stay away from me!
She was just trying to scare him, so she shot her in the air.
Forensic ballistics reveal the shot that kills Frank is carefully aimed at one place.
Her gun was at basically her face level. And I mean, it was pointing right at his face. There's no way that it was pointing at the ceiling because it wouldn't have hit his face.
Kim Kano goes to trial for murder, and prosecutors make their case. The day Frank is killed, he's writing a love letter to his wife.
She called out to him.
I need you up here.
He abruptly got up from the kitchen table and went upstairs to see what the problem was.
The problem is an angry wife with a loaded gun.
What's wrong?